What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up, YouTube? What's up, YouTube? You know it's me, your girl. You know it's me. You know it's me. You know it's me. You know it's me. We back up in the building. Take two, take two. You know I don't give up. Back to what I was saying. If you new, welcome. If you returned, then welcome. It's 7 o'clock. If you new, welcome, welcome, welcome to Friday evening hangout and chat. Yes, Friday evening hangout and chat, where we go over this week's trials and tribulations and all the positive things and entertainment that's going on now. So thank you guys for your likes, your shares, your comments, your subscriptions, everything you do for me over here. Yes, yes, yes. We will be going over the Michael Jackson tribute and different activities today. But let me tell you guys, I'm so proud of y'all this week. Let me tell you, because this week is a week of we not gonna give up. That's right. It's a week of we not gonna give up. Tell you how this week starts off, right? Let me start to tell you how the day started off, guys. Let me tell you how the day started off, right? I go to upload a video on my fan base page, right? And it takes forever in a day to load, right? Forever in a day to load. So it takes forever in a day to load. So as I'm loading, it's like every time I gotta do something, it's always something. So this is encouragement, no matter what it is. Yo, girl, Monica Love TV, aka Queen Mo, gonna be here. No matter what, we gonna be here. That's what I do. Make sure y'all just take links in the chat. Make sure y'all check the links in the chat. Make sure y'all check the links in the chat. The first one is the fan base, my fan base page. And the second one will be the investment link for to invest in fan base. And we will be going over that all. We'll be going over that. But yeah, let me tell y'all guys, I'm telling you, when it comes to not giving up, I'm telling you, I'm about all about that not giving up life. Okay, I'm all about that. You know what I'm saying? That positivity to keep on pushing. You know what I'm saying? Because when I say I'm gonna be here, I'm gonna be here. You know what I'm saying? When I say I'm gonna be here, I'm going. I had a wonderful week. I did. I always had a wonderful week, and let me tell you, if you do not know, your girl definitely does movie nights, TV nights, and different things of that nature. Yes, different things of that nature. Make sure y'all definitely check the fan base investment. Fan base investment. I'm definitely putting that in the chat as well. Fan base investment as well. But yes, if y'all don't know, you know what I'm saying? If y'all don't know about fan base, if y'all don't know about fan base, music just started playing out of nowhere. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? I do not know what's going on today. Like music just started playing. I didn't press the music. What's going on, y'all? Like what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? I'm telling you, like when I tell you I do not give up, I do not give up. What is going on today? Like for real, like what's really going on? Like weird stuff. Music is playing out of nowhere. Like I'm telling you, the fortitude of not giving up is epitome. So let me the next link in the chat is the fan base investment chat. So you can invest in fan base. We'll be going over that. We'll be going over that as well. And then the third one is my link tree. So while you chilling We're gonna be here. We're gonna be kicking it tonight. We're gonna definitely be kicking it tonight. You know, if you know, you know, I don't never give up. And that's one of the things I want to tell y'all this week. No matter what it is, do not give up. You know, it's been hot, it's been crazy, but you know, we're not gonna give up. You know what I'm saying? We're not going to give up. Okay. So make sure y'all definitely check all the links in the chat and links in the chat. Links in the chat. Definitely links in the chat. Definitely links in the chat. But yeah, we out in these streets. We out in these internet streets. We getting ready to go over and see what's over on going over on YouTube. Let's go ahead and see what's going on YouTube, y'all. Let's get ready to share my screen, and we gonna go ahead and see what's the goings on YouTube. Goings on YouTube. Man, I'm telling you, I thank y'all. We are up to 500. Shout out to DJ Swag, who was just in the other live. You know what I'm saying? Shout out for him pulling up. You know what I'm saying? That's what's up. Thank you for pulling up. Thank you. Thank you definitely for pulling up. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for pulling up, you know, definitely pulling up. But yeah, so this is where we're at this week. It's like I said, I it's been one of the weeks, I'm telling you, it's like if only you knew. But no, you know what I'm saying? We don't go over sad stuff, we go over positivity. We definitely go over positivity. That's what we do. We go over positivity. That's what we do. That's definitely what we do. Positivity. Looking for the bare necessities, the simple bare necessities. Don't worry about your dress. All you need is the bare necessities, the simple bare necessities. Let's go ahead and share my screen, y'all. I am I'm like life is anytime, you know, I'm never gonna be like life is terrible, right? Life is excellente. You know what I'm saying? Life is definitely excellent, right? So that's what we gonna live by. That's what we gonna be. That's what we gonna, you know what I'm saying? Cause I don't give it, right? I don't give it. You know what I'm saying? I don't give up. So I put those three things in the chat. I put those three things in the chat. What the heck? Really? Oh my goodness gracious. You see what I'm saying? Stuff is just acting all wacky today. Like, you know, like wacky, wacky, like it's hot and the heat. Maybe it's the heat, y'all. Maybe it's the heat. Maybe it's just me and it's the heat. You know what I'm saying? Hope y'all staying cool, making sure y'all drinking some water. Hope y'all got y'all some water going on. Make sure y'all got some water going on. Definitely make sure y'all drinking y'all some water. You know, definitely drinking y'all some H2O. Some H2O. Got y'all some water. Who's drinking water? Who's drinking water? Who's drinking water? Who's definitely drinking water? Like I see it. It's another thing, and if it ain't another thing, it's something. You know what I'm saying? If it ain't one thing, it's another. If it ain't another, it's something. If it ain't something, it's you know how it go. You know how it go. You know. You know what I'm saying? Definitely keep doing what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? Doing what I'm doing. You know. definitely doing what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? So we getting ready to go over to we getting ready to go over to Swag's room. He's talking about I and DJ's uh Isaac, and he was on the Breakfast Club. So let's go on ahead and go on over there to that. You know what I'm saying? Um Definitely go over there to that, but before we go over to all of that, let's go. Let's go. Happy Friday, everyone. Happy Friday. Don't. Happy Friday. We getting ready to go over to DJ Swag, so make sure y'all tap in. But I'm getting ready to share my screen. Share my screen. Man, I had to restart this live, but you know what? We up in here. We up in here for another Friday evening hangout and chat. You know what it is. We getting ready to do the Michael Jackson tribute. So yeah, we getting ready to watch that at 10:30. You know what I'm saying? Listen to that at 10:30, and I'll be putting that in the chat as well. But yeah, so let's go ahead. So thank you, YouTube. Shout out to DJ Sued for pulling up in the last. We did it. We are up to 500 subscribers. So if you have not subscribed, make sure you subscribe over here. And if you subscribe over here and you subscribe to my fan base page, it's a chance for you to win 1,000 loves. 1,000 loves, okay? 1,000 loves, okay? It's a chance for you to win 1,000 loves, okay? So definitely stay tuned for that. But yeah, we are up to 500 family members over here. So I definitely thank you for that. Thank you definitely for that. Okay. Um, Making sure y'all checking the posts, the feeds, the lives, the stories, making sure y'all checking the community tab because your girl be dropping jewels, and I'm posting over here more. The schedule over here is Tuesday, Thursday evenings, and yeah, Tuesday, Thursdays, and Fridays at 6:30. We started late today, but yeah, you know what I'm saying. So this is Arrested Development was on Fanbase last week. So definitely check that out. Okay, definitely go. You know what I'm saying? Fanbase out. All right. So let's go here into the second link, which is my link tree. Making sure you the link tree, the link, my link tree, guys. This is my link tree. This is the link tree. This is the link tree. Okay. This is the link tree. Okay. So definitely check this out. Make sure this is my Cash App right here. Do a podcast. This is my company. I am my sister's keeper LLC, where I help women get their mind, body, soul, and spirit together. Consultations, tarot card readings, energy readings, and energy readings, and so much. Okay, so definitely go check that out. Okay, yeah. You can book your appointments, and if you don't need an appointment, If you don't need an appointment, okay, you can book appointments here. My tarot card readings and stuff is over here. You also can shop. You also can shop, okay? You also definitely can shop, right? So check this out. I do got merch. I do got merch. I do got merch. I do got merch. Definitely check that out. Check that out. Check that out. Check that out. Okay. Check that out. All right. So that's the I Am My Sister Keeper LLC. Okay. I do have, what's going on today? Check that out. But yeah, so what's going on? What is going on today? What is going on today, y'all? Happy Friday, everybody. Okay. All right. Then we have the Queen Mo's shop where you can pick yourself up some merch if you do subscribe. My subscribers of my Love Club or my Fanbase page get discounts and merch. So Love Club has their own merch. Definitely has their own merch, right? Definitely has their own merch. All right. So that's that right there. Then we have then we have then we have does have Avon. Check the link tree out. The link tree is the third link in the chat. My link tree is the third link in my chat, and it's always on my profile. If you have not downloaded Fanbase, make sure you go and download Fanbase. Make sure you go and download Fanbase. Okay. So, okay. See see what's going on over here. Man, I hope y'all is staying cool because it is hot. Okay. It is hot. It is hot. Okay. It is hot. It's hot. It's hot. It is hot. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Mm-hmm. So yeah. Man, it is hot. It is hot today, y'all. Okay, so this week's book. This peppermint is okay. body washes and body scrubs. Okay. My favorites is summertime. Skin so soft. So this is the Avon brochure. At 10:30, we will be listening to Remembering Michael Jackson. So stay tuned. Stay tuned. Okay. All this is linked in my link tree. Okay. Tell me what's going on. How's your liking everything so far? Thank y'all, thank y'all, thank y'all for the likes. Thank you so much. Okay. So that's Avon right there. Whew, y'all. Okay, that's Avon. We will be going over fan base. These are my social media. This is the affiliate do surveys. All these make money. Okay. Silver Fox Luxury and yeah. You know, Canico. I did a live stream listening to Mental Health Awareness Month. So about Canico. Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is all right. So that positively, Angela. These link trees. She does audio rooms on Fanbase and has her YouTube channel. So definitely tap in with her as well. Um, yeah. So this is all her Fanbase information. Okay, and her information, her YouTube channel. So definitely go check on with her. Then my resources. Then this is DJ Swizzy. Okay. This is DJ Swag. We getting ready to go over there. And definitely check this out as well. Um yeah. Okay, and then we have new music. So I'll be dropping new music artists and different things. I just added a music section. So this is J Man Music. So definitely go and check this music section out because I definitely will be adding new music. that I'm listening to, artists that I'm listening to, featuring artists that I'm listening to. So if you are an artist, going over that as well, okay? So see what this doing. It's the heat, man. It is the heat. It is the heat. It's the heat. It's the heat. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, y'all. It's the heat. Everything want to act all goofy, and you know what I'm saying. Okay. This is Fanbase investing. The link for this is the second link in the chat. You can invest in Fanbase as well. You can invest in Fanbase as well. So definitely check it out. They just reached a milestone. A milestone, a milestone, a milestone. Fanbase, you import your TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, make money. They're raising 17 million. They're all the way to July 15th. They're giving 100% revenue in it, but just is that okay? All right. So let's go to the rewards so y'all can see some of the rewards and the different levels and stuff you get as far as investing. Okay. Let's go to the rewards. Okay, so these are the rewards. Okay, the different rewards levels. So that's, and let's go on over the fan base. Man, man, it's hot. Okay, so these are the rewards. So definitely check that out. You know, so yeah, so definitely. What is going on today, y'all? Like, definitely what's going on. It's hot. Okay. Fan base, y'all. This is fan base. This is fan base. Okay. You can import your TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, the whole nine. Okay. The whole nine. So, but before we get into that, we getting ready to go listen to Isaac on the Breakfast Club. How about that? Mm-hmm. Thank you, everyone, for your love and support. Your 2 cents really does matter. Enjoy your day and always remember to smile. That's it. That's how we do. That's just how we roll. Yeah, that's how we roll. That's how we roll. That's how we roll. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Like, man, when I tell y'all, like, I don't want to turn the fan on and really get y'all off. Make sure y'all join me after party on Fanbase. After party on Fanbase. Game night. Game night tonight on Fanbase tonight. So definitely stay tuned. Definitely stay tuned. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. Definitely stay tuned. Okay, definitely stay tuned. We getting ready to go over here and listen to the Breakfast Club interview with DJ with Isaac, and then we're gonna go back to Fanbase. That's just how we roll. That's how we roll. Where is it? Y'all, it is hot. I'm trying to tell y'all, it is hot. Baby, when I tell you it's hot, we getting ready. Remember Michael Jackson, so see what's going on. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Are you kidding me? What's going on? Can you hear me? My goodness gracious. It's doing it again. Can you hear me? All right. Breakfast Club interview with Isaac, the owner.
I'm feeling excellent. How about you guys?
Blessed, black, and highly favored. Isaac. Isaac is the founder, creator of Fanbase. For people who might be new to Fanbase, Isaac, just tell them what Fanbase is.
Fanbase is a social media platform that I founded that allows anybody to have followers and subscribers on the same page. We've raised about $11 million in 3 rounds, and we're raising $17 million right now on Start Engine for our latest round. So it's really a successor to what I call what TikTok and Instagram are.
What is the benefit for like the non-creator to switch to Fanbase? I understand the creator benefit of Fanbase, but what's the benefit for a non-creator to switch to Fanbase versus using other social media apps?
Well, I think the first thing is that most everybody's content is suppressed on all these platforms, and so there's a change that's happening where people feel like they are stifled. Even the average user just doesn't seem like they're getting visibility for the content that they make. So we want to make sure that we provide an opportunity that nobody's content is suppressed. We don't run ads. I just want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to see all their content. So it's just like any other social network. It's free to download, free to use, doesn't cost anything. So I look at it, like I said, as a transition from content and don't allow you to really connect with people.
Now, I was going to ask that a lot of people have been in the last couple of months really been complaining about a lot of these social apps because they're saying that they are suppressed, that, you could tell that they want them to pay for advertising, and it's not really getting their stuff out like that. What's going to stop Fanbase from doing the same thing later on?
Well, I think the current platforms have to charge you. I mean, you got to think Instagram is now charging you $350 a month just to get visibility. And that's because they run ads, 97%.
This is for educational purposes. This is why I am on Fanbase. This is the main reason why I'm on Fanbase, because there's just this reason right now. This is why I'm on Fanbase. But, we got to pause and talk about the video. So we're learning about Fanbase, and then we're going to go over to Fanbase. So, but at 10:30, we're going to 10:30, getting ready to go. And remember Michael Jackson room.
Of their revenue comes from advertising. And so I'm like, we can't have platforms like that. We don't run ads. And so since we're a rev share platform that has subscription and love is like digital currency. So you can tip somebody for all their content on the platform. So it's really easy. You give somebody a love, it's about half a penny. Those add up. And you can like stuff for free. So we don't really have to worry about suppressing content because, again, we don't run ads. I always say that these platforms have to suppress your content because they work against you. Mm-hmm. Like, you know what I'm saying? So why would Instagram let you reach 1 million people when they're about to charge Target to reach 1 million people? So that's why they suppress your content.
You say they charge you $350 a month, Instagram.
So Meta Verified has a new program now where they're charging you $350 a month just to be visible in the feed, like in the search and all this other stuff. It's really getting tight on these platforms. It's getting crazy right now. Like, it's time for a change anyway, though. I think none of these platforms can last forever. I think for us, especially why I founded Fanbase, is that Black culture is so much a part of what makes social media popular. And we don't own any of these platforms. Again, I've said this before, like, you know, this is a Black founded, but not Black only app. So I take into care and consideration that Black culture needs a place that it can be global and not be stifled and exploited. And so that's the reason why, you know, I'm doing it a little bit differently. It's time for us to own some infrastructure. I'm over everybody, you know, having disagreements or issues with TikTok and Instagram. And those are always going to be problems unless we own the infrastructure of these platforms, which is why, like, I raised capital and built.
So this is Fanbase, y'all. This is Isaac.
The platform to begin with.
I agree with you. It's the stupidest thing in the world when I see people say things like, I think Elon Musk is racist and I don't like Elon Musk. But you're saying it on X, you idiot.
Right. Until we change and transform our thinking about, you know, what we value, I think building Black wealth is one of the things that, you know, we have to really focus on. And the fastest way to build wealth moving in the future is technology. And so if you're going to get mad at Elon Musk and yell at him on his platform, that doesn't make sense. So there has to be alternatives. And we've never been here before. Again, I say this all the time. Fanbase is really one of the first of its kind where we've never seen a Black founder start a social media platform from the bottom up. I spent my own bread to build this thing. We scaled it up. We raised capital. And so now I want to give people an alternative because we also have, you know, the ability that people own this platform. We have over 15,000 investors that have invested Fanbase, have gone to Start Engine. They own shares in the company, and we got to build this Black wealth, or we're going to be customers to our own creations. We will never have a seat at the table at all.
What is this $17 million what is it? A rega raise?
Reg XCF. So Regulation A crowdfunding is where you go up to the next level where you can raise up to $75 million in a year. So right now we're raising $17 million, and the minimum to invest is $399. So when you hear about these people that own part of these platforms, these already rich guys, these angel investors that were part of Uber and PayPal and Instagram rich to begin with, but with equity crowdfunding, which is something extremely important when we have this DEI attack that's going on right now. Equity crowdfunding allows us to invest in ourselves, to work together, to fund our own companies. And so the Regulation A that we're doing on Start Engine allows us to be able to do that. So now the people own the platform. The users are the people that own part of the platform. And who better than to give, you know, like I said, ownership to than the people that make the platform successful. There's so many creators. If I was a creator, an average user, anybody, I think investing and understanding why we need to be able to do this is something that, you know, we got to lock in and focus on. So I tell everybody, go to startengine.com/fanbase. If you want to invest, you'll have equity. Again, we've already raised about 1.3 million in this new $17 million.
The link to invest is in the chat. Link is in the chat, and it's in my link tree as well.
Around, but we're taking it to 17 million. And so we're going to be able to, you know, build Fanbase enormously faster and better.
And what's been some of your biggest challenges when it came to Fanbase so far?
Woo.
Nigga.
Honeybook keeps your proposals, contracts, invoices, and payments.
Challenges is that it's actually getting people to understand their content has existed for the last 10 years and then stop and think about Kai Cenat. Kai Cenat's probably making about 800 grand a month off subscriptions. He's like 22 years old, right? But the generation before him that were trying to get brand deals and all this kind of stuff, they don't understand that subscriptions are coming. You know, if you're not paying attention and understanding that your content has value, you're going to get lost in the shuffle. You're going to be left behind because someone like Kai and all the younger creators that are coming forward, they're making money off subscriptions. They're making millions of dollars off subscriptions. And anybody can do that. You can do that. I can do that. You might not have as many subscribers as Kai, but you can still be on a platform where Kai's got millions of followers, but he has people that also want to support his content. And so I wanted to provide a global platform for anybody to have that capability. And also we'll we have to say this every time. Like before Fanbase, you could not subscribe to a person using Apple or Google, the App Store. Like you could only buy out the people, and that changed everything. And then Apple and Google changed their model because again, Black people innovate in everything. They changed their model, and they allowed Instagram to do it, and TikTok and X and all these platforms. Now you can subscribe from your phone, but that was done by this Black man here in Atlanta, Georgia, to be able to do that. So I take pride in being somebody that innovated the space.
I hear you say things like Kai Cenat is making 800 grand a month. The first thing I think about with all those content creators is I hope they're paying their taxes. What are they got to pay taxes like everybody else, right? Of course.
Yeah. Of course they got to pay taxes.
Okay.
Kai's got solid management. I know. I mean, he has a great management team. I mean, he's making so much money. I absolutely know that they do that. And also, well, what happens with us is we send out at Fanbase, we pay you out the first of every month, but at the end of the year, we send you how much money you made so you can file it with your taxes. So it's not really an issue that you can just send it over and say, hey, let me file my taxes and let people know how much money I made. But we do that for every single person on the platform to make sure that you are paying your taxes, because they will come get their money. They will send us a letter saying we about to garnish these users. We get letters from the IRS like, yo, give us this money. So it's crazy, but it actually does happen.
So with the money that you raised.
So what I explain to people right now is that when you see Fanbase, nothing speaks better for Fanbase than the app itself. And so Fanbase has 6 content creation tools, like 6 verticals or content creation functionality. So we got stories, live, posts, long form video, which is like YouTube, flicks, which is like short form video, and then audio chat rooms. And so when you really see the app, you think that, okay, these guys are raised about $10, $11 million and have built something that most people would say would cost $50 million to be able to build. And we got staying power. I'm not going to be unapologetic that a lot of these companies that have been funded by venture capital, VCs have actually come in and give companies $35 million.
Okay, so that's that. We are finna go over to Fanbase right now. But that's the interview. I will be linking that full interview in the chat, because again, this is proving the point. How you know what I'm saying, the content, and I ain't taking nobody's money, so play a little bit of the interview because it's the Breakfast Club and different things like that. But so make sure you subscribe. If you subscribe over here to this platform, it's the first link in the chat, and it's in the link tree. You subscribe to this platform, I will be giving a chance to win 1,000 loves. So definitely, definitely, definitely stay tuned. What's up? What's up? What's up, YouTube? What's up? What's up? What's up, you? Let's go and share my screen again. We about to go on over to Fanbase. Okay. What is going on today? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome. Get ready to share my screen. Get ready to share my screen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Getting ready to share my screen. Welcome, welcome, welcome to another Friday evening hangout and chat. Getting ready to go over to Fanbase. Getting ready to go over to Fanbase. So give me the screen a minute to load while it's loading. Make sure y'all check the links in the bio. We're getting ready to do Michael Jackson. You know what I'm saying? We about to make this a simple evening because I don't know what's going on, but I had to reset the show, and you know what I'm saying. But for those who know me, I'm not gonna give up. I've been here 10 years, and each and every one of you guys, if you do subscribe to my fan base page, I'm definitely I got something special planned. You'll be receiving some 100 loves as soon as you subscribe. Let me know that you from Fanbase. I mean from YouTube. But things is so let's go ahead and share my screen because we gonna keep this simple today. We not every time I turn around it's something. But we not gonna give up. That's the message of the day. You know what I'm saying? We not gonna give up. That's right. That's what we talking about. I'm going to give up. Okay. Thank you for tuning in. All right, so this is where we're at. This is Fanbase. You can import your TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. Make money, no restrictions. We have the Flicks, which is this small form video, short form videos.
But wait, yes, sir. Every tear from their eye. Yes, sir. Get ready for the revolution. Come on. What you say? Do you want a revolution? So do you want a revolution? Come on. Sick and tired of my brothers killing each other. Sick and tired that it's the church talking religion, but yet they talk about each other, make a decision. No more racism. No. Racism. No. No revolution. No. No solution. No revolution. Come on. Yes, sir. Listen, do you want a revolution? I say, do you want a revolution? But wait, yes, sir. Every tear from
That's Fanbase, and we are getting ready to. This is the long form video. I post like YouTube. This is the morning news and announcement show.
What's up, Fanbase? You know what time it is? It's time for Money Cookies news you can use on this June 21st, 2024. That's right. I will be in your audio room from 7 a.m. 9 a.m. Monday through Friday. Thank you, everyone, for your likes, your shares, your comments, your subscriptions, everything you do for your girl over here. It is greatly appreciated. Thank you. It is Friday, so we are getting ready for a blast of a day. If you new around here, make sure you hit that subscribe button, that like button, that follow button, and keep these morning news and announcements Monday, Wednesday, Friday mornings. Monday, Wednesday, Friday mornings. Stay tuned. Stay tapped in. Thank you. Time one day at a time. Take a deep breath. It is Black Music Month. So I need for you guys to stay tuned for the activities. And if you have not updated your app, make sure you update your app today. Also, Fanbase is giving 100% revenue to July. Well, and make sure you put your Fanbase in your link tree for your chance to win some loves. Also, amped up Just Brittany music, and I am still giving away 1,000 loves. So congratulations. Make sure you check out J Man, link in the bio, new music. Yes, I do lives. Isaac was on the Breakfast Club, making sure. Also, this was yesterday's lives up now. Fanbase Plus. Making sure you go check out the stuff I got on Fanbase Plus. Okay. Fanbase Plus, relax and unwind. Wednesday and Monday evenings, followed by TV, relax and unwind. Come relax and unwind. Mental Health Awareness Month was amazing on Fanbase. Mental Health Awareness Month was amazing on Fanbase. Making sure we stay together. Making sure you go and follow all these wonderful individuals. Making sure you go and check that out. Okay, making sure you go and check that out. I did do the lives up I did put the lives up here on Fanbase, so make sure, you know what I'm saying, you go check it out. Lives up on my Fanbase, on my YouTube channel. Lives for lives on my YouTube channel. Okay, Monica Love TV. Link for that is in the bio. Today is Friday, so I will be doing Friday evening hangout and chat. Marlon Wayne, good grief, that was a good episode. Like I said, I'll be doing some bomb lives. Remember, Michael Jackson was started earlier this month, and these were some of the guests. And if you missed some of the audio rooms, I did record them on my YouTube channel. So definitely go up there and hit that subscribe button, okay? Definitely go hit those on the subscribe button. Live. They will be doing another one. So making sure you go and catch up on all the stuff that I do. Friday evening hangout and chat. Friday evening hangout and chat as well. The Ortega Brothers was the last week's episode. So definitely go and check that out. Go and check that out. Okay, recorded. YouTube, Monica Love TV. Friday evening hangout and chat. Friday evening hangout and chat. Definitely stay tuned with your girl. Remembering Michael Jackson. Remember Michael Jackson. Tonight's episode 7:30, 10:30 Eastern Standard Time with Travis Payne. Arrested Development, the ladies of Arrested Development. Make sure you stay tuned for that. Making sure you definitely stay tuned for that as well. Go and follow these beautiful, young, bright women, these wonderful women over on Fanbase, and go show them some support. You know what I'm saying? And welcome them to Fanbase. Okay. What you waiting for? Fanbase Plus. Please make sure you go and support these wonderful creators. Positivity. Angela has our rooms in the morning and the evening. So definitely go check her out. Okay, go check her out. Just Swag TV. Okay, DJ Swag always has the hottest things on here popping. Trolls Nation, Trump found guilty. That was a hot topic. But baby, let me tell you, he got into another hot topic. You know what I'm saying? Always got the hot topics. Shit, on X, Isaac himself stopped by, to chit chat about that. So let's get it. And you also can listen to all these wonderful rooms on web. Make Netflix out, okay? Definitely check the latest flicks out. These are AM with Najir. Make sure you go and check that out as well. Every Sunday at 11 o'clock AM, Blacks in Technology. Come learn, grow, build with Blacks in Technology. You know what I'm saying? Like-minded business individuals connect and build a community. Okay. Love Club. Make sure you subscribe for your chance to win 1,000 loves. Make sure you subscribe for your chance to win 1,000 loves. Also, subscribe on the spot. Chance to win loves as well. Link for my merch is in the bio. Link for my merch is definitely in the bio. Okay. Definitely. We have reached another milestone here on Fanbase. Reached another milestone for the investment raise. Link for that is in the bio. Again, what are you waiting for? You can listen to me outside, even without coming to the audio room to stay up to date. Okay, definitely. Thank you. I cannot thank you guys enough around here. Thank you, Fanbase. Thank you, everyone. Your girl is on top of it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, Monday morning marketing meeting at 10 o'clock a.m. 10 o'clock a.m. Fanbase has 101 basics to learning Fanbase. That is at 12 o'clock p.m. and 3 o'clock p.m. Twice a day, 7 days a week. So go ahead and check it out. Basics of one-on-one. The marketing team does have their marketing meeting every Wednesday at 5 o'clock p.m. To come by, stay, ask questions, learn what's new, what's going on Fanbase, hosted by Fanbase staff. Tech Talk every Thursday at 5 p.m. and always stream those live. Sometimes those are live. Some check those at 5 o'clock p.m. on Thursday, 5 o'clock p.m. on Thursdays. Yes, we are reaching milestones, the Mile High Club, you know what I'm saying, on this positive vibe, positive Friday town hall every Tuesday at 5 o'clock p.m. Sometimes for the line. So go check those out with Isaac and Ramir, and they will be going over the investment rates. So if you have any questions, please make sure. And if you have any questions, please by all means shake your phone to get to our customer department. Also, definitely go and follow Earn Your Leisure. Definitely go tap in and go follow Earn Your Leisure. Okay, definitely go and check that out. Okay. Monica Love TV, link in the bio for that. My YouTube channel, been over there for 10 years. So go subscribe. Friday evening, hang out and chat. Women group every Wednesday at 9 o'clock p.m. Divine Feminine Energy, and much more every Wednesday at 9 o'clock p.m. Every Saturday at 9 o'clock p.m. Live stream live here on Fanbase Movie Nights every Saturday at 9 o'clock p.m. And on Sundays, we are watching Power Book 2 Ghosts Season 4, Episode 3. So come on, tap in, 6 o'clock p.m. Sunday TV, where you be. Always dropping those lives, okay? Game night tonight after Friday evening hangout and chat. Money Talk, that's 2 o'clock. That is at 2 o'clock. Everyday budgeting, okay? Everyday budgeting, okay? How to make money and get subscribers. That we go into getting subscribers. After you go get the basics in the 101, I help you understand getting subscribers. Money Talk, that's 11 o'clock. Money Talk is 2 o'clock on Tuesday. So money, okay. Check the schedule out. Okay, thank you. Love Club check-in is every Sunday at 12 o'clock. Sunday brunch. I will be dropping these videos Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings. Please make sure you go join my camps. Camps are open daily for games, activities, spirituality, and so much more. Make sure you check the link in the bio. Your girl got some merch. Go ahead, as a Love Club member, you do get discounts. And Love Club, you do get, of course, you get discounts on your own merch. So check that out. Check it out. Avon. Link for that is in the bio as well. Link for that is in as well. I am Master Keeper LLC, helping women get their mind, body, soul, and spirit together. Please make sure that you are taking the flicks, the lives, the stories, the feed, the flicks, the Fanbase Plus, and hit that subscribe button. Like I said, giving away 1,000 loves, and subscribe on the spot. Get loves on the spot. So with that being said, thank you for your love and support. Your 2 cents really does matter. Enjoy your day. Always remember to smile. Remember to be you without.
Okay, that's that on that. Okay, so let's go over to the Fanbase Plus. Let's go see what we gonna listen to this Jazz Brittany, and then we gonna amped up music department.
What's up, y'all? It's your girl, Jazz Brittany, and what gets me amped up is my man. Period. My man, he gotta be different. My man ain't fucking these bitches. My man, he one of them niggas. My man be standing on business. I like it when he takes his time. He's doing me right and treating me right. They know that I don't play by mine. When the love is real, it feels right. This ain't no sneaky link. My man, he's next to me, yeah. And he hit that spot that only he can reach. Ain't no pressure on nothing, he's only pressed for me. He calms me down when I'm feeling under stress. Kiss me and hug me and tell me, baby, that you the best. It feels right. It's something that I can't explain. You came at the perfect time. My man, he gotta be different. My man ain't fucking these bitches. My man, he one of them niggas. My man be standing on business. I like it when he takes his time. He's doing me right and treating me right. They know that I don't play by mine. When the love is real, it feels right. I know it feels right. I mean, it feels like you got me locked inside your heart and it's concealed tight. This can't be real life. I mean, you still nice. For you, I will fight. You give me chills like, whoa. You a different type of cold. And I'ma die behind my guy, cause I'm a different type of bold. You give me the world, the last one got my planet wrong. Come let me rub your feet. From their business, you standing on good. My man, he gotta be different. My man ain't fucking these bitches. No. My man, he one of them niggas. My man be standing on business. I like it when he takes his time. He's doing me right and treating me right. They know that I don't play by mine. When the love is real, if he be holding me down, he ain't giving excuses. Even if I fall, he's picking up the pieces. And I don't care about these niggas, no. When I'm with him, he be in control. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So we getting ready to go to DJ Swag's room and see what's going on over there. This is the room, but at 10:30 we listening to Michael Jackson.
I'm gonna tell you how to spend your money, but I'm definitely telling you that, $399 is the ability to have equity in the platform. There's another stat that I say all the time when we think about this. When we're raising $17 million, 28,500 people investing $600, and this platform has millions of listeners, millions of viewers, right? So 28,500 people investing $600 and $17,100,000. We reach our goal like that. And again, with that kind of capital, we will catch Instagram, we will catch TikTok, and then we will surpass them because we're doing things that they're not doing yet. We're inventing and creating things in social media that none of these platforms does. So, and we're not stopping. We're doing it right here in the A, right here in Atlanta, Georgia. So we're gonna keep pushing. Is there a minimum amount that you gotta invest? $399. Yo. I don't know if you know. He said, "Well, how many subscribers is it?" You just said 700,000. You just said $399. Listen, man. Sometimes when a person is talking, people will miss things. When you pose it as a question, and you say, "What is the minimum amount?" I got. Tell us again. The minimum to invest is $399. That's right. Is to invest. But listen, again, man. I thank you guys, man, for providing the platform. I think it's extremely important because we are at an inflection point in social media and technology. And again, we got to own these platforms. I'm just, I can't stress enough. I saw somebody else today. They got their platform, they got their page taken down and they're mad at Instagram. And why are we always begging to be on platforms where they really utilize every dance we have, all our music, all our skits, all the things that we have, but we don't have equity in these platforms. And so we can continue to really, beg to be included in these platforms. We can build our own, but again, be part of it, the entire planet. Fanbase is for everybody to use on the planet, globally. I want everybody to join it. We got England and Australia and Asia all over the world. And I got to hop in audio rooms and hear people talking in different languages and having conversation and bringing the world together. Audio chat is something that's phenomenal. We even have something called branded audio chat that we filed a patent on. So there's a lot of dope things that we're doing that nobody else is doing. I'm going to continue to do that.
I agree with you. They treat social media sites the way television networks used to treat black people. Like they're like, the Foxes and the CWs and the UPNs. They use all the black content to build it up. And once they get it to a certain point, they box us out.
Look what happened on Tubi. On Tubi. Black people put all their movies on Tubi, blew it up, and then they switched it like that. They rebranded it. Now it's like they switching. They got all that. They made enough money. They built enough users up, so now they can go run ads, make money, and switch the entire nature of the platform. A whole rebrand, a refresh. They're not gonna start letting those black movies on there anymore. But black culture is really the reason that blew Tubi up. But again, we do it all the time. We think it's funny. We think it's funny that we blow like, oh my God, these Tubi movies are so bad. Yeah, but you're actually adding value to the company. And one, you don't own it, and two, when they're ready for you to go, they'll just switch it up and change the programming and change the style of the app, and then you out of there.
Yeah, I read something like 2 days ago. I think it said Tubi had more viewers last month than Disney Plus and Paramount Plus. And
wow. Yeah. We did that though. We do that all the time. I mean, what do you think Instagram would be without black culture? How much do you think it would be worth? How much do you think TikTok would be worth if we took all the dances, all the music, all the skits, and Funny Marco left, and Drewski, and Kai Cenat, and all these creators were no longer part of these platforms that bring eyeballs to the platform so that they can run ads. I mean, what do you think these platforms would be worth? They wouldn't be worth anything. So again, I recognize that, and I think a lot of other people out there recognize that too. That's one of the reasons why I'm just so adamant about making sure that people understand that we got to start investing, and they're going to keep stripping away DEI. The diversity, equity, inclusion is under attack. So unless we start funding our own businesses and investing in ourselves, we're going to be left out. And so this is our shot. Again, I tell everybody, we've never been here before. Don't think about this. Like I tell anybody, download that.
Live on YouTube. DJ Swag's room.
Everything that we've been able to do. And I'm telling you, you'll see for yourself, like, this is real. This is a growing platform. Like I said, people like you, Charlamagne, that are investors, and so many other people that are part of the platform, continue to invest and be a part of it. And we're going to scale this thing. Fanbase was, when I first launched the app, we were valued at $20 million. Now Fanbase is a $160 million app. So it's 8 times as valuable as it was when I first raised capital in 2020. So I went from 20 million to 50 million to 85 million to 160 million. And so we can scale this thing to $1 billion. Again, I'm telling people, like, I even tell people like Kai Cenat, like, yo, I would love to have Kai Cenat have equity in Fanbase. Imagine if Kai Cenat had equity in Fanbase, he could bring 1 million people over to Fanbase probably in a couple of days, and Fanbase be $1 billion platform. We should be leveraging our reach to bring people to platforms that we own. Get some equity first, because again, Aiden Ross, Charlie D'Amelio, Bryce Hall, they're getting equity in these startups, man. They're taking these companies and exiting. Meanwhile, they cut checks to academics, and they might cut checks to Kai Cenat, but the bigger play is to have equity in these platforms and make sure that you got money. You know what I'm saying? That the long game is really the ownership and when these platforms scale.
Tell the people where to go again, invest in Fanbase.
Startengine.com/Fanbase. Come on in.
The link is in the top of the chat.
Start Engine, the minimum to invest is $399. We'd love to have you. On the cap table, download the app. Share it with a friend. Remember, you have the ability to increase the value of the assets you own by simply using it. So once you got shares in Fanbase, tell a friend, tell them to invest. And then we raise the value of the platform and scale this thing to $1 billion company, a $10 billion company, a $100 billion company, and we exit. Again, I said, I can't wait to be standing in a room full of 25,000 people that invest in Fanbase in 2030 possibly, and we exit the company. And this is the largest distribution of black wealth ever. And we can do this. This is not impossible. This is totally doable, that people can buy shares, we can raise the value of this company, exit this company, and then we can do it again for another company and another startup and another business, and keep doing this over and over and over again. Before, we didn't have an opportunity to do this. The Jobs Act, which is what I used to raise capital.
We are live.
That's 2015, and it really got popping in like 2019. So that's the reason why, I'm so heavy on this.
All right, my guy. Appreciate you, brother. All right, y'all.
Thank you guys, man.
Stay right there, man. We'll be right back, man.
Nation, we in the building right now, man. I am DJ Swag, man. Stay right there. We'll be right back. We'll talk about this interview that Butterfly don't like. Come back, y'all. Yeah. Hey man, tonight it is going down, man. Y'all make sure y'all definitely tune in to Remembering MJ, man. Tune into the room, man. It's a dope ass room where they introduce some people who been close to Michael Jackson and talk about some stories about how they, you know what I'm saying, were influenced by him, and you know what I'm saying, it's a real dope story and some special guests and stuff like that. So y'all make sure y'all jump in the room tonight. So that's why I play a little bit of Michael, man. So shout out to Michael. Hey, Butterfly in the building, man. Coach in the building, man. Big Scale, not the little one, man. In the building, man. Queen Mo in the building, and Oracle. What's going on, man? How y'all doing, man? Welcome to the stage. Y'all good?
What's good? What's good? What's good? Doing this YouTube, letting the world know how cool Fanbase is. You better know. You better download Fanbase.
Yeah, man. I was telling people earlier how I was in your room, and shout out to your room, and I was in there and we was talking about, you know, and he was like, "Did you hear about Isaac on the Breakfast Club?" And I was like, "Isaac on the Breakfast Club? What you mean, Isaac on the Breakfast Club? He ain't say nothing." And I got mad, man. So, but yeah, I wanted to let y'all know that I did find out about that through Queen Mo. So if y'all need to find out some dope stuff randomly, man, make sure y'all visit Queen Mo. She got some dope things that go on in her room. She talks about some things, and y'all might be able to get some jewels or some things. Because believe me, some people, y'all think they sit in a room, they by themselves, or they with a couple people in there, and y'all don't think they know nothing. I'm telling you, don't be the people that know everything. You feel me? And they know everything. Resources, things to get you connected, things to, you know what I'm saying, get you by, whatever the case may be. So y'all make sure you shout that. But shout out. So but the other thing is this interview that just happened with Isaac on the Breakfast Club. All right, let's talk about it. Butterfly. That was dope. That was a dope. Butterfly don't like it, bro. Butterfly says she don't like it. Man, anybody else?
What? That was a dope interview.
She don't like it. She said she hated it. She said Isaac was the worst on there. Like, I don't know why he, you know what I'm saying, says what he say. He trolled it down, y'all. I'm telling you what she said. Big Scale heard it. I'm telling you. Look, Big Scale heard it. Oracle heard it. Queen Mo heard it. That's why they up here right now, because they was like, damn. You didn't see the chat? Look in the chat. If you scroll up, you'll see exactly what they said. And they was defending Isaac. They was like, damn, bro, you ain't had to come off the Isaac like that. Like, he did a really good job. And so some thoughts, man. What do y'all think about that interview? What do you think?
I love it. The only thing I didn't like is when I wish he would have answered, like, for the people who don't want to be creators or don't want to be classified as creators, like, what are their benefits for coming on the app? Because that is a big thing. And I wish he would have just said, you know, to support the creators that you do like, or to find new content to watch, or to subscribe to, you know, people that post content that you like, something to, like, entice people who don't see themselves as content creators to come to the app.
And you know what else I was looking at, Big Scales? I feel like if he took the time to actually like explain some type of formula for the people that want to migrate over here, on how they, like a 5-minute formula on how they can really come over and bring the people and set their account up and start making money. Like, if he went deeper into that, I think he would actually be way more effective.
Okay, so I've said this 1,000 times. I wish somebody would pass the message over to Isaac. And y'all think I'm giving, first of all, I didn't hear the interview. I thought the interview was a great interview, right? I did. You can roll your eyes off, you be telling lies, Swag, just flat out, bold-faced, black-ass lies, okay? Anyways, but I would say again to Isaac, I would tell him again, he has to understand the power of storytelling, man. Like, Like, the facts tell, stories sell. That's the problem. Like, you know, you have to be able to connect to people's heart centers. You have to be able to draw people in emotionally. Like, if I am looking to, I mean, it's all good, don't get me wrong, but like these, oh, well, we've done this and we've done that and no one's ever done this, and you don't tell the actual things that are really happening on your app. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't find those stories. That's how you're able to accomplish that. You know, if you were telling stories about the individual who came here to the app and wasn't able to make money on any other platform, but found community and support, and you know, you don't have to give names or list. I mean, I would suggest asking permission, but to tell those stories is so important. I mean, because at some point, it's a great script, and I'm not saying it doesn't work, but you have to start sewing in some stories in the brand telling, and not just the facts, you know, about future projections or, you know, numbers and all that kind of stuff. But all in all, I'll land here. I thought it was a really great interview. I mean, he's very knowledgeable. He does his homework. He sounds passionate. I do feel like the interview was a supportive interview, but did y'all hear the shade where, I don't know who was speaking, but they said something about they can't log into the app? Did y'all hear that?
DJ Envy.
Yeah, I wish he would have addressed that too. Like, Envy, you forgot your password?
Yeah.
It's not my fault. And it kept going.
You know, like
But Envy didn't give him a chance. Envy didn't give him a chance. He skipped on. He skipped.
No, after Envy asked, it said that he asked his question, and then Isaac just addressed the question out. And like I said, I wish you would have said something witty, like, "So that's my fault. You can't log into your, or you forgot your password." All right. So Fanbase is da 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 da.
That part right there, I liked it. It was another good interview that he did talking about the app. I'm like, Jill, he should have addressed that, because both him and Charlamagne was kind of pissing me off, especially the part when Charlamagne was like, who you got problems with, and he'll sit there and say niggas. Like, really, Charlamagne? Really gonna take you there? Like, why we gotta be like that to one another? And I totally agree with what Butterfly was talking about, that he kind of needs to bring a story to it, because we are in our own lane and we're not like the other apps. That story, like she says, I think would bring more people to the app and get people to understand, because it is going to catch on. But I think that story, like Butterfly said, would help more people come over.
So what did y'all thinking? What did y'all thinking? Let me know down below. Invest in Fanbase link is in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, I think like there's like people in the chat right now talking about how, like, addressing the the 700,000 and feeling like people aren't active. And I think I feel like we put a lot of emphasis on this audio room stuff, which is good. I have audio room, so I'm not mad at it, right? But like, and then we don't recognize that people are posting a lot and getting subscribers and getting loves on and getting views on other parts of the app. So while I think audio is like what Tim called it, active, is so right now and so in your face that other parts of the app feel like they're not happening in real time when they are. So there needs to be something that addresses that, so people can stop feeling like, oh, nobody's doing anything over here. Oh, nobody's posting. I don't know how much, like me, you know, you got to do your research when, you know, you're trying to be the best. So I'm always in the explore page. I'm always clicking on the hashtag. I'm figuring out what people are posting. And then especially people who are post the same type of content as me, I'm definitely going to look at their stuff. Like, what are they doing? What's in their bio? So I can make sure that I am 2, 3, 4 steps ahead of them.
I had to do all that, man.
All right, man. Welcome to the stage, Events ATL, man. You had some views in the chat, and what you think? What's your thoughts? We'd love to hear.
Thank you. So this is my second day on the app, and I am here in Atlanta, and I'm coming from the music business. And people have been telling me to come over here for a minute. I'm talking about since Clubhouse, and I was in Clubhouse in the pandemic for that whole wave. So like, I'm over here, and I'm kind of doing a little bit, I think, to what the young lady was just speaking on. I think it's big scale as far as like, you know, doing my research, going in different rooms, feeling it out, observing, trying to pay attention to who's popping over here, who isn't. But I noticed, like, now don't get me wrong, it's my second day. Obviously, I'm not going to be unrealistic. I'm not expecting things to be super popping for me yet because I just came. But even when I'm looking at other people's accounts, like outside of mine, I'm like, okay, activity and engagement is really low. Like, I feel like for someone like yourself, Swag, and maybe some of the other people on the stage, I looked at your profiles, I feel like, and I could be wrong, again, this is from 2 days, but it seems like y'all have a monopoly, kind of like how it was on Clubhouse. Like, you came on here so early, so you probably are monetizing, doing this and doing that, because you got like OG veteran thing going on. You got the blue check, you did. So it's like you're kind of established. But for the new accounts I see over here, it's kind of dry and Ghost City, and it kind of looks like, well, it's too late to get popping now. Everybody who popping, and if you ain't been over here, I mean, I don't know what you're gonna be doing. You know, that's just what I'm looking at so far. I could be wrong, but it just
Swag, like I'll say something on that real quick.
Thank you, because I was about to tell you.
But let her land first. Let her finish. I got you. Deal.
Yeah, so I'll just and I want feedback too, so I'm open to that. But I'll just land with again, it's coming from 2 days, so I don't want to say things like they final and concrete, because I understand, you know, I could be ignorant and not all the way understand the space yet. But it just kind of looks like I'm talking engagement. I'm just talking about likes and comments. I'm not even talking about followers. That looks like, when I say dry, I mean like I don't even see a lot of in the comments or the likes. And to me, that's more important than necessarily followers, you know? Like, I feel like followers take more time than likes and comments. I don't need to be over here for 3 months to like and comment on anything. So yeah, I'm just kind of curious, you know. Like I said, I just got here. I could be wrong, but it's looking a little dry. But you know, correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, I just want to say welcome to Fanbase first. You know what I'm saying? Because I definitely appreciate you coming over and checking us out. Because you're in the right room right now. You're about to have a great time, a great conversation. And it's just something, I don't even think it's more of a monopoly or anything like that, because Swag really just got here last year. So he just been consistent. That's all. I want to throw that out there. That's what I really want to throw out there first. But that's consistent. Really all it boiled down to, just being consistent and, you know, going into other rooms and engaging with other people and just being yourself. Man, I'm telling you, you'll blow up. That's just that simple.
Yeah, I want to add, definitely welcome to Fanbase, and we're definitely happy to have you. Hope that you stay. But, like, I've only been here for a year, too. And the checks don't mean the same thing over here as it does on other apps. Like, the checks mean if you invested a certain amount of money, then you get a blue check. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's just one misconception that people bring from other apps to Fanbase. Like Swag says, like, it's constant posting, constant audio rooms, getting into audio rooms. Like, I always, like, my audio room, we were a year old in February, but like I was in other people's audio rooms, getting on stage, contributing, being of servitude. Like, hey, Scale, can you sit in my audio room for a second and hold it down for me while I go do X, Y, and Z? Like, sure, absolutely. And then we had, people like How to Fanbase, which is not in this room, but just people like that, like talking about the app culture. And now that we have this new wave of people coming over, it's like now we have to go back over app culture because, like, you know, even me, like right now, I'm getting a lot of likes, which is cool. Like you said, engagement is engagement, right? But like that's because we're still bringing these old mindsets over to the new app. And so like we want to get more into the habit of tipping each other. The lowest love pack is 99 cents, right? And right now, through July 15th, we're getting 100% loves, right? So like we should be supporting each other. Everybody should be supporting each other. And so, like, you know, when I first got on the app, we just made a super big push to make sure that we were commenting, to make sure that we were putting loves, even if it's 2 loves, whatever. Like, do what you can do. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, now with this new wave, I think we have to go back and, like, teach these same principles that we were doing when I first got on the app.
I just want to respond to you real quick. I want to say thank you for what you told me, because it definitely gave me an epiphany of like how to approach it as far as investing with the loves and things like that, and going to the next level of content creation, like camaraderie, kind of like putting money where your mouth is. And then also to everybody that's been following me since I started speaking, I appreciate that. I see that. And then I'll land with, just so my intentions or motives are clear, I'm speaking to try to apply what you're saying as far as like, you know, you can't just pull up as a new person and be like, follow me, you know, like with this ego or arrogant. I feel like you got to come humble, let people know who you are, be personable. But my goal is to build a platform where it's pretty much just a repost page. You can just consider me like a digital promoter of events going on in Atlanta. Kind of like a tourist attraction on the app, you know, where if you come into Atlanta and you don't know what to do and you on Fanbase, you can just come to my page and see, you know, flyers or videos of events of what's going on. So my goal is just a repost page to support what's happening in the city. And I'm telling y'all that too, because if y'all doing something in Atlanta, I definitely want to have alliances with you guys where you would send me that, or you could just connect with me on IG, or you could tell me where to follow. Like, yo, I post my events over here. I'm gonna be in the city on this day. Come over to IG, Facebook, grab the flyer from there. So that's very important for me. Why am I doing that? Because I'm an artist. So I'm sowing what I want. So right now I'm promoting while I'm still gathering my music and things like that, so that in the future I have a platform I own that I can promote my own music on, that I'm also promoting my people. So I appreciate the fact that y'all even let me come on stage, and I definitely will take heed to some of the tips that y'all gave me. Because I am open to learn. So despite whatever I feel thus far, I'm still in a place of like, all right, like, you know, let me just see what's up. So I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
No, welcome. Welcome. Like Scale said, you know what I'm saying? Like, you just came in this room now, and the people that followed you, make sure you follow them back, and make sure you check the top of the screen when you're in the rooms, and making sure you're following people when you connect. Because like Scale said, it's about connecting. You know what I'm saying? And I come from a background where wasn't nobody paying attention to me at all. So when I came over here, I've been over here a while, but it was genuine reciprocation of, you know, love and appreciation. So you know what I'm saying. Welcome again. Thanks for that opinion, though. Thanks for that. That's what we need. Good feedback.
Yeah, and I wanted to also respond to things. Like, first of all, I agree. I think it was just super brave to come up here and say what you said, because like, you saying things that people are thinking, and they might feel like, you know, and I don't even want people to think like me and Swag are probably the most approachable people just because you mentioned our names. I'm not saying the only approachable, but the most approachable people on the app. But like, I can't understand with seeing, you know, certain things on our pages and it looks the optics of it. So one, that's super brave. Thank you so much. And like I said, people are probably thinking it, and you came up here and said it, and so I feel like that just opens the floodgate for other people to feel comfortable. So like, I think that's super dope. That's super dope what you're doing. I'm in North Carolina, so I do not have events in ATL, but I definitely will be checking out your page in case I do travel. So thank you. And like, you know, whenever you need, you can hit me, Swag, or anybody in the back channel, and we definitely will support. And as long as, like, you know, like you said, it's reciprocal, and you know, you put that energy into the atmosphere, you get that energy back, not necessarily from the person that you might have gave it to, but from somebody else. And you know, that's a message for everybody. So yeah, just like, you know, let us know, come and join our rooms. We'll definitely join our rooms. Like, you know, I mean, join your room, doesn't matter, you know, say like how many followers you have or nothing. Like, I feel like most of us are not like that. So yeah, but definitely, like I said, thank you for getting on stage and being brave and saying what you had to say.
Yeah, I want to
Thanks, girl.
welcome you to the app as well. But you know, I'm old school, and I believe that if there is an issue that we have that we need to overcome, it's the people that are members of the app that will sit on the app all day, and they don't contribute to the ecosystem. They don't buy the hearts. They don't give out the hearts, so they don't receive. There's plenty of people that come here to receive the hearts, do whatever they can do to get them, but they don't put anything back. That's detrimental to the app as well. So if it's 700,000 members here and only 200,000 people are contributing, the app will not last. It won't stay. It's not going to stay. He's going to have to keep opening up these opportunities for more investors to continue, because the people, if the people that are on the app, the members are not sustaining the app, doing what it's supposed to do. That is a part of the app that's supposed to be something that we all partake in. You got to give a little to get a little. That's the only way this app is going to survive. I land my plane.
Well, I don't even think those people will survive, Bernie, because when you think about it, the ones that do come on here and think that they're just going to try to siphon hearts and not give nothing back or engage or whatever, what's going to happen is the new people are going to come on, and then those people are going to get buried. That's what's going to happen. Nobody's going to know who they are. That's what's going to happen. Nobody's going to engage with them, period.
Facts.
So wait, may I ask to what you said, Bernie, or anyone on the stage? Okay, so when it comes to the heart, and I'm gonna just tell me if I'm understanding it right. So in my mind, like in doing business in general, like for instance, like because I'm an artist, if you invite me to your show, you're an artist, I'm gonna pay for the ticket. I'm not gonna be like, oh, can you give me in for free? Why? Because I know like you probably got to deal with a promoter. You probably get a percentage of the ticket. You know, I don't drink anymore, but when I used to drink, I'm going to buy a drink. Now, me doing that is an investment and me sewing so that I have a reputation of putting my money to support your art. So then when I hop out with my ticket, you feel me? You're going to do the same. So in my mind with what you said, I'm like, okay, I'm willing to do the same thing with the hearts. I guess I just don't understand. I'm going to be honest. I never spent money in social currency as a way of support. Now, I have supported by like reposting. Like I'm big on like, if I like what you're doing, I just repost it on my story. It's not a big deal. We don't have to talk about it. I'm not sliding in your DM. But if you got it where I can repost it, I'll repost it and share it. You know what I'm saying? Or I'll hop in your comments or I like it. With this pack of hearts, is it like, I see it's like you buy in bulk and then I guess it's like when I love something, that's how you get paid? Like, is that how it works?
Exactly. And we call them loves back because Isaac gonna pull his hair out and hear somebody call him a heart.
Then I was just about to laugh because that's what he was just fussing about. He wanted to be loved, but go ahead, Skip.
How did that feel, Event? How did that feel?
What you mean?
Do you know how to check your hearts?
No, I haven't even touched the hearts yet because I wanted to understand them before I did anything with them. Somebody gave me
nice.
I'm talking about your heart count now at the top of the screen.
Thank you, Tim.
You're talking about what you've received. You may not notice that you've received something. That red heart on the top has a number next to it. That will be how many you've received as you came into this room. If anybody has blessed you, you have received some hearts. And if they're 100%, if you have 9 hearts, you made 9 cents. If you have 1,000 hearts, you made $10.
Wait a minute, what you talking about? The hearts at the top of the screen of this chat?
Yeah, on the top right.
Those are my hearts?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. We love you. See, real time love. That's right.
I'm being so corny right now. I did not know that was my heart, though.
It's okay. It's okay.
Welcome to Fanbase.
Okay, so you got my reaction. That's how I feel.
And did you click it? Did you click it so it can turn green? Because that's when you'll see how much money that you have.
Wow, that's super dope. Oh my God. Okay, I didn't know. I thought that was y'all. That's why I was like, okay.
Thank you, Tim, for pointing that out.
Surprise you just got.
That's what's up. See, that's what I'm saying. Teamwork make the dream work. Go ahead, y'all.
Now I gotta buy some because I want somebody else to feel like that. That's cool. Okay.
Tap on the black silhouette next to it, the one that says the amount of people in the room, or you'll see who's in the room, and you will see who has blessed you.
Yo, let me tell you, that just made me like this app so much more.
Yeah, so listen, I think what you were saying in the beginning, like the way that we supported each other on other apps was reposting content, which is beautiful. And that's something that they want to develop over here. But like, you know, it's harder over here because like when, say, I reposted your content, who gets the loves? If somebody loved it, you know what I'm saying? So they're trying to figure that part out. But I ask about it every day, so don't worry about it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, because
right.
I would wonder that too. That was another reason why I didn't touch the hearts yet, because I was also like, I'm very big on intellectual property, like integrity and all that. And I was like, well, how does this work? Do I need to bust this down with them on the back end? Like, can I even grab people's stuff over here in Atlanta? Okay, I hope you keep asking, and I hope.
Oh, girl. And so let me, and then when I say that, that does not make me more special. We all can ask. So on every Thursday, and every Thursday, Rama, the CTO, does a tech talk. And so that's at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So you can go in the room. He's going to tell you about all the updates. And then you can come on stage and you can say, you know, what you want from the app. And he does not mind. You know what I'm saying? And like, even though I've been saying this for the year that I've been up here, every time I go up there, I mention that we need to be able to reshare. And like I said, I understand they got to figure it out, but figure it out. Okay? And so, but like to your point, right? So, we thought that the only way to help each other out was to repost each other, right? Which is a good thing. But when you come over here, we gotta switch our mindset. It has to be about like, how can I support? Because as you're an artist, I'm a content creator, but you know how much money, time, and resources goes into our art, right? So the mere fact of just being able to get paid for the time it took for me to edit a video, put on makeup, think of an idea, edit the video, put it on Fanbase, get loves for it, that is incentive to keep going, right? It is a lot to do our art. And so it's like when we are paying for our art all the time out of our pocket, not that we won't because we love it, it's like it does get hard. You do get to a point where you're like, man, do I even need to be doing this anymore? So I feel like on Fanbase is different. I don't have to wait for a brand deal. I don't have to wait for a bigger creator to notice me and maybe want to collab with me. I get paid on Fanbase for the work that I already put in. And then if I get a brand deal, if Fanbase notices me, if something happens on top of that, that's cool. But just getting paid for my work feels pretty good too.
No, I feel you.
If you've never seen any of your posts get any love, I just put some on one of your posts. So the point to me for this app, the only thing that I have a problem with, that I've seen it all over every app, is with the engagement, the real engagement of most of us just taking it in and not subscribing and not showing love to the people that we want to look at, talk to all day, every day, and you don't give anything back to them. You don't show them that you appreciate them. That's the problem I have with this app. Because everybody's a content creator, because most of the people that are here consistently probably aren't really pulling in what they could be pulling if they were on another app. If it worked like this one, if it was this easy to get loves, you can imagine if it was like that on YouTube. It'd be ridiculous.
I'm wondering if it was like that on Clubhouse, because I remember in Clubhouse, I would sit on music panel rooms and talk about IP rights, copyright, trademark, patent, royalties, publishing, things like that, and like something going on offline, already ready to promote at the same time that you're talking in these rooms. And we would be in rooms for 4, 6, 8 hours, music executives and artists really sitting in there consulting for free. Now, Cappuccino, you talking about something I can buy a bag of chips now. Listen, it doesn't matter, okay? It's not about how little the money is. It's the fact that this tells me that if Clubhouse would have had this, all the free talking and free game that I did on that app, what? It would have been a whole, like, that's what I'm saying. That just made me like this app a lot more, because it tells me that y'all audio rooms, like for me, I would gladly spend money in the audio room or spread love based off of information that either will make me money or that could change my life. I would gladly spend money on the
I think everybody should have the thought process that when they come into a room like this, that's always here, that they come in and bless the DJ Swag or whoever master moderator right off the bat.
Absolutely. Every time I go into a room, I tip the gold crown.
Okay. I like that. And I think that, what I wanted to say about this event, and I'm glad that you were, stop busy. But I'm glad that you are transparent about how you feel about certain things and the way you feel feel about the way that you want an app to work, and the explanation of how things can work for you. What I just want to offer as my 2 cents is that it works better when you start building yourself and becoming a part of the fabric of the community. You know what I'm saying? Like, think of this as a community that will support you. We've been to many places. We've been to Clubhouse. I was there in the beginning and everything. Unfortunately, still got a profile. But, it's one of the things where we like, man, we finally got to a place where we can be accepted. We really can be monetized. Somebody can notice us. We can build a real fan base. And that's what some people have been very scared about. It's the fact that, oh man, I gotta start over. Oh man, I don't know. Nobody knows me. It's like the first day of school. We get it. But at some point, you get further down the line into school and you start connecting with friends. You start talking about that publishing and all that stuff that you talk about. You create rooms like that on here and do it the way that you feel like it should be consistently, or as consistent as you feel that you can do it. You'll start to see what you have always wanted. And I had to believe that. It took me a moment. It took me a moment to believe that I can really build something like
hit that like and that subscribe button. We will be going over. We will be going listening to This is DJ Swag.
And talk about so many things. People look at the title, the name of the group, Trolls Nation. They be like, oh man, they in that troll, and they're just trolling. It really gets serious, and those are the conversations that I really enjoy because it gives us an opportunity to really have those conversations that we really want to have, and then create rooms where other people can have conversations about really what we really want to talk about. So create those rooms, Steven. You know what I'm saying? Get over here, show off, turn it up, create you, whoever you are, unlock your character, do whatever you said that you wanted to ever do, just do it. And I'm telling you, right now, you're off to a great start. Right now, you can take this energy right now and create a room tomorrow or tonight or whatever and be like, oh, okay, this that girl. We got a new person on the app. We got somebody with a new voice. And that's what it's all about for some of y'all that's just jumping onto the app. Like, you're a new voice. All those times when people say it's dry in the hallway or it's not really nothing popping going on in the hallways because people are tired of sometimes hearing the same voices. I mean, let's just be honest about the shit. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to continuously hear the same voices. Some of the voices around here are popular, you know what I'm saying, on the things that they do, but I think that it can be more popular conversations, more popular people going on the app. We're viral. We're local celebrities in a way. We're a part of a platform that's about to get ready to explode soon. And a lot of the people that was building from a long time ago that are still here, congratulations. Some of them fell off. Some of them got doxxed still, or some of them got booed off, or some of them got, you know what I'm saying, they did some wrong business, or whatever the case may be. They no longer here. But the people that are still here, and the people that are still connecting the community, and people that are still introducing people and welcoming people, and still trying to find ways to get them a part of the fabric and in the community, and trying to, collaborate with them. Like, those are the people that you just continue to stay around, and those are the people that you'll continue to build with. And you'll be real.
Not only that, Yvette, you also mentioned that you were posting to promote what was going on in Atlanta. You also have to remember too, Isaac mentioned that in the interview, that with these other platforms, you can have 1 million followers, but when you post something, a fraction of your followers is going to see the stuff that you post. Here on Fanbase, if you have 1 million followers, 1 million of your followers are going to see what you post. So that's another great thing over here about this app. Excuse me, that a lot of people don't realize that, like I said, you have an event going on in ATL, you post about it on IG, okay, only a fraction of them are gonna see it. Okay, a fraction of them see it, a fraction of those people show up, the rest will probably show up via word of mouth. But here, everybody, if you have 1 million people from ATL seeing it, or here on Fanbase, more than likely a majority of them people are more than, you know what I'm saying, big percentage of those million people that saw it are going to show up as opposed to being on IG, on Facebook. Because like I said, that's the personal content. So yeah, I love it.
Hey, I say all of them are going to see it because even when she go in a room somewhere, if the people follow her back, then when she go in a room, it's going to alert them. So, yeah.
Definitely. And you know, just the advice I can give is just be you. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, our wonderful tagline is "Be you without limits." And over here, you really could be you without limits. Because I'm telling you, I came from YouTube 7 years deep, 10 years in the game on YouTube, 4 years over here. Just being who you are is enough over here. Long as you consistent and you being who you are, you're going to get your blessings. So that's my advice. Just continue to be you. That's all.
That's what's up. I appreciate everything y'all saying for sure. I feel like I got a nice little orientation.
Yeah, man. Welcome to college, man. Welcome to college, man. This is where it's at, man. This is fun.
Lou Diamond. Oh, I was gonna say is it Lou Diamond who has the Fanbase 101, How to Fanbase? Then there's How to Fanbase with the editing room. Be on the lookout for that room. You can go in that room and it will show you everything that you need to know about how to fan base, what's going on, all of that. So you got the fan base, it's called Fanbase 101, and then like I said, the editing room with how to fan base, and they will show you, like I said, if you have any questions, you can also hit up anybody here on the stage, myself, if you have any questions, concerns.
Me, Queen Mo, we always around.
Facts.
Always.
I can tell you that whatever I know, I'll give it to you. But I can tell you, you're going to probably find this app to be pretty fun and enriching if you stay long enough. Well, you've been here a year, so you've been here long enough. I think just last week, I had the best time on this app that I have ever had, and it was not in receiving, it was in giving. I opened my room, I started playing music, and we started playing Name That Tune. And for everybody who was able to name the artist and the title, I gave them 100 hearts until I was empty of hearts. That was the best night I've ever had on Fanbase in 2.5 years. That was the best.
That's what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? And after YouTube tonight, I have a game night. So it's plenty of fun activities on here, y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm loving it. I love Fanbase. We are so cool. Like, it tears me up all the time.
Yeah, man. And if you like fashion, big scale, run up here. She can.
She's the fashion for that. Yeah.
Fashion. You know what I'm saying? Being able to talk about certain things when it comes down to culture and how we feel about certain things, and it's a really dope room that happens every Tuesday at 7:30. Make sure you definitely 6:30 for the pre-show. But 7:30 to get the show started, and it definitely is a turn up vibe. So we have some rooms that are consistent. And some of the people that you see in here right now are some really dope people and some really dope creators that are on the app, and some people that have been putting in some time and some work around the app. So connect with people. I always say follow people. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all, even if he says 700,000 people on the app, like, we still haven't touched where we going. So we still can say that we're a part of the beta sometimes. You know what I'm saying? So being able to follow people, especially the people that are jumping on the stage and actually speaking, you know what I'm saying? Like, that actually works with following them now and being able to connect with them now, because when those people come and there's 1,000 people in your room and, you know what I'm saying, y'all done, you know what I'm saying, did all type of shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to be able to still be able to see that there was some real people that you connected with through the fabric. And that's what it's all about. It's the longevity and your consistency. You know what I'm saying? Like, if your consistency is there and it's there for a while and people can get to know you and see that you're a part of different ups and downs that happen, believe me, there's going to be some downs on this app. Shit, it ain't all just jolly and candy land around this mug. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's some, I ain't gonna lie, shit, it's some hard times around here. You know what I'm saying? Shit. But at the same time, it builds character and it really lets you know where you stand as a person. You get to look yourself in the mirror sometimes. I look myself in the mirror a lot of times when I'm sitting here with one person or nobody. You know what I'm saying? Saying like, okay, what do I need to do better? You know what I'm saying? How do I need to do it? How do I need to approach it? You know what I'm saying? What do I need to, you know what I'm saying? What do I need to do about the titles? You know what I'm saying? Because titles are important. Just those small things like that. Being able to create certain titles that draw people into your room, even if what you're actually saying may not match the energy, but at least people will be drawn into for the first few seconds. You got about 15 to 30 seconds for people to be able to hear what you're talking about before they jump out the room or stay So just take advantage of those things. Go ahead, Coach. And I say treat your room like a vehicle. Who got some gas on the petrol? Straight up. I ain't saying they got but treat it like straight up. That's how Alex should be doing the app. Like, man, look, you want to be part of this app? Come on, invest in this joint because it's going somewhere in the near future. You will be down with it or not. I'm telling you, you got some gas on the petrol. You got some money on the petrol. You know what I mean? And if people come on the app with that mindset, ready to put their energy, time, and money into the app, oh yeah, this thing will blow up. And like you said, in like 10 years, less than that, 2030, we're going to see a nice return if we exit. Definitely.
Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. I'm going to let you go ahead, but I had to say some breaking news. For those who enjoy entertainment, we had the ladies from Arrested Development, and the interview they did with them last week is up on the Fanbase Plus page. I'm about to drop it in the chat, y'all.
Appreciate that, man. Go ahead, Vince. What you about to say? Yeah, appreciate that, y'all. Y'all jump on it. Y'all get that.
No, I was gonna say this probably gonna sound corny, but my eyes are open a bit. That's why I came in here, so I'm good. I'm like, whenever I get into something new, I'm very nerdy. Like,
I like to do my. I think what my excitement is with Fanbase is I feel like Clubhouse felt like a digital Underground Railroad a little bit, as far as like I made money in real life with the people on there. I talked to people that I normally wouldn't be able to talk to or get next to. It was like the amount of information and wisdom that was given out on that app for free was absolutely insane. I know people got record deals off of that app. It was just like billionaire conversations on that. It was so much going on that would never happen in real life. But to me, I like that because then stuff was happening offline too that wouldn't normally happen from the connections online. So it's like, I like the fact that Fanbase incorporates money because I feel like I just learned in business, when you put money with your support, it just hit different. It don't even matter how much. Like, it's like when somebody buys up your product or spends money with you, you remember that more than any conversation they have with you. Honestly, I don't care if it was $1 up to $100. It just kind of like, it kind of sets you apart. It says something different. So I'm very big on like sowing into good soil. And I didn't know that about Fanbase though, to be honest. I didn't understand. I met creators in person. I don't know if y'all know about Coalition of Artists workshops. They're here in Atlanta. They be doing stuff.
They do a room on here on Thursdays. Just to let you know.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So in real life, I go to their settings or whatever, and I was connected through them through politics because I'm a writer. And so anyway, I met somebody on Fanbase, and you would have thought they was an ambassador. They were like telling me about the app, this girl or whatever, this young lady, and she was like, I have equity in it. I'm a part owner too. So this is like, it's my app as well. She was just so passionate and excited about Fanbase. I was like, I've never met somebody who has equity in Instagram or Facebook that's Black. And I'm just out at like a bar and they're telling me to join it because they have stock in it and because they have an account. I thought that was dope, but I also was like, but I don't understand how you about to make money, girl. But I didn't say that because I'm like, my ignorance would be showing, but in my mind, I'm like, how in the world did you even get a seat at the table? You know, because like with Facebook and Instagram, unless you get a certain amount of followers, you're not going to the Instagram headquarters. And even when you go there, I don't know if they have stock waiting for you. So that was my biggest thing with Fanbase. I did find attractive, but I just was like, how do I understand how this makes sense? So I think y'all got something dope over here. And I'm excited for you guys, and I'm excited to be on here too, but I'm going to still go to other rooms. I'm just trying to get a feel of when you was like, Swag, talking about the fabric of the community, that's the part that I'm still probably just going to be learning. Like, you know, I guess like, what is the vibe? On Clubhouse, it was very much like, do you know something? And if you know, are you going to tell us or not? It was pretty straightforward. Do you have some wisdom or not? It doesn't matter what topic it is, but do you have some wisdom that's going to make me some money? Or do you have some wisdom that's going to make me a better person? And if you have that, I'm going to your room. Or are you entertaining? It was like either you're intellectual and you want knowledge or you just want to be entertained. With Fanbase, it feel like you going to a bunch of cookouts.
Yeah, I mean it is. I mean now it is, but it wasn't like that back then when we was just iPhone users and we was just inviting people. Like it was real content and stuff going on like that, and that's what it feels like on here at times. You know what I'm saying? We just need more people like yourself to have a voice. And I keep speaking, and I've been saying this since day one. Like y'all just crack that mic, man. Open them rooms. Talk about whatever you want to talk about. Like do me a reason. Do me a favor, y'all. Jump in the chat right now and drop your rooms. You know, like if you have a room, drop it in there so that events can see, you know what I'm saying, what rooms are going on. I forgot to mention, you know what I'm saying, Oracle definitely has a room, Butterfly has a room, you know what I'm saying? Like people around here have rooms, Quavo, you know, Tim, you know, a lot of people have rooms around here, and we, you know, are part of those communities during times where, you know, we find the conversation for all of us to be able to come to, you know what I'm saying? And I want to be able to have more rooms where it's 30 people, 40 people, 50 people.
Morning quickies. News and schedule of rooms.
Enjoy the content, but when they look in the hallways and they're not attracted to it, maybe it's not enough content, or maybe it's not enough people just opening rooms. I don't want to call you content creators because maybe that's too much pressure. But being able to just open a room, like that might just be the hardest part for some people, thinking that nobody's going to show up. Go ahead, Tom.
So Swag, I appreciate Rama for letting me on stage yesterday, but I asked him a question about a year or so ago, and the answer he gave me really shocked me. Right. And I hope I don't have to give him the cap card, but he said that visibility will increase from a reach perspective at least 50%. Now, I don't know when the ETA of that is, but as a person that is looking to do more passive content, and what I mean by passive, in case you all don't know, is anything that's not active. So social audio is an active room. Active content. Live streaming is active content. And because the reason why I'm bringing this up, Swag, is I think if Rama and his team is able to crack the code on that technology and really push through the finish line on it, I think Fanbase will explode, right? Because with all due respect to all the good creators in here, a content creator is only good as the technology in which he or she is creating on, right? And if someone is in denial about the underlying technology that they're creating their content on, which Fanbase is what I call a traffic control position, they're in deception. So, you know, when Rama told me yesterday that visibility from a reach perspective will increase by 50% at some point in the future, he really got me excited. So hopefully I won't have to pull his cap card on that, but I just wanted to add those 2 cents and I'm landing my plane.
Hey, yo, Tim, I think really we had it happen before, but the assholes ran the people off. You know what I'm saying? The last time he had that big influx of people that came on. And now that he's back on, that he's out campaigning again, yeah, we might have like a nice 50% increase. But the question is, what's the people going to be like? Are we going to be welcoming, or are there going to be people on the app still acting like this their app and that they don't want nobody else on? Because that was some lame shit, yeah. And I'm out there.
And I understand what you're saying, Coach, but I'm not talking about from a user perspective. I'm talking about from a product perspective, right? Because, you know, to Event's point, you know, we can get around and click up and rah-rah and, you know, go and support each other in others' rooms, but there's going to be people like Event and some serious content creators that are like, show me the money. You know, I'm not here to really. I'm here to provide value, but I want to make sure that the product actually works. So I'm talking from a technical perspective, Coach. But you're exactly right. I mean, the users still have to come, but when it comes to distribution,
the product.
Coach, you got an echo. I'm gonna put you in the audience real quick and bring it back up. Okay. Go ahead, Tim.
No, I was just saying, as it relates to the fee refactor, that was a new update, I think, as of Wednesday, and I think there is still some increments that are going to be rolling out as it relates to that update. But like I said, a content creator is only as good as the underlying technology that he or she is creating on. So, he gave me that percentage. I'm gonna hold him to it, and if he don't actually
make sure you hit that like button.
y'all gonna definitely hear it from me. but that's all.
But they adding all of the good stuff, like for like the gamers and all of that. So with them coming in, like I really think it's gonna be a big change. Like we're not gonna really see the people that's making the money because they're gonna do it in silence. Like they're not gonna run out here and tell everybody, "Hey, I'm making money over here," where everybody else is trying to do it. Come on, bro, they're gonna do that shit in silence. So I'm just throwing that out there.
Well, I think it'll be some of them like that, Coach. But I think, and I did a room on this about a month ago. I think the dollar amount, at least I would like to see, is at least $500 a month to start. And I think that will, going back to the Butterfly's point, I think that will be a great starting place as it relates to a creator's revenue. I mean, that's a lease payment for a car, depending on your credit score. But I think that's something that Isaac could build upon if a creator can actually make, at least $500 to $1,000 a month on a platform, and I'm landing my plane.
Oh, and Skel, I have a suggestion for you if you feel led to, and I would support it. I think that you should do a room talking about tip culture, and I'm saying this from the standpoint, like I used to be a server. So, and then my grandfather always taught me the importance of tipping, and so did my father. And one thing I noticed growing up, like when you are a tipper, it hit different when you come into place. Like it's just different. So to me, I feel like the way you kept talking about it in the analogy of tipping, I feel like if people looked at it like the same way you're tacky if you leave the restaurant without tipping, I feel like you should be tacky on here if you do the same. Because in my mind, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm at the point where I'm tired of making login accounts for apps, and I be telling people, don't tell me about no more apps. I don't care how great it is. I'm not signing up. I'm not pimping out my email or nothing else. I'm tired. It's too many passwords. Like, I just be like, no. And I probably passed up some good opportunities. I'm not bragging like that's wise, but I'm just being real. I'm very cynical about, like, I'm not making no more profiles and starting over again, like Swag was saying. But I do like the idea of passive income like anyone else. I think passive income is the American dream, if we're being real. I mean, what else would somebody want to do besides make money while laying in their bed, being around their house? Everybody like easy money. And I love easy money for Black people. I love that for us because it's been so hard for us to get money. So I love easy money. And to me, this is easy money, but I feel like if it was a part of the culture, it was kind of like in Clubhouse. Y'all know from being over there. People had cash apps in their bio. Now, in some rooms you went into, let's say it was a music room, and it was a quote-unquote open mic showcase, so to speak, where you could unmute yourself and freestyle or sing. If you didn't pay your $10, you couldn't do that. Or if you didn't tip the host, you couldn't do that. Now, some people might have been like, oh my God, it's supposed to be for free. But to me, those are the people that are kind of like, you should just give me this for free because we Black support our people. I don't really want you as a ally and an associate, to be honest. The same way if I tip and I go out with you and you're complaining about tipping, I don't really want to go out with you because people who tip don't really hang out with people who don't tip. Like, it's kind of like two different types of people. The same way people who pay you your original asking price as opposed to people who lowball you. Like, we're not really the same. And it's not even like I'm better than you, but it's just kind of like socially we don't move the same. So it's like, if I'm looking at it now, if I told somebody about Fanbase from what y'all told me in this room, I would tell them, like, yo, if you want to do your thing, you feel me? Like, make sure you tip when you having a good time in the room. Throw a little something. Because it's not even that expensive. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm going off of how I feel. I'm flattered by the loves, not because it was so much money. It's not about the amount. It's the fact that it was something. So it just feels like, oh, I'm a little valued. So because I know psychologically that makes me feel like that, then that lets me know that on this app, it's easy to build a relationship off of tipping the same way it is with a server. If I go in a restaurant every day at lunchtime at 12 o'clock and I always tip the server, or every time I go to Starbucks, I put a tip in a little jar by the register.
We'll be going over to listen to Michael Jackson in a Remember Michael Jackson room in a second.
Principle of like, every time you come in here, you sacrifice some of your money to support me. You don't have to do that. But I feel like if you kick it to people the way you kick it to me, where it's just like, I always tip, that's totally different than being like, you should spend money with your creators. Because a lot of people are like, but I want to make money like the creators. I know creators is making money, but when you say tipping, you know how language just changes things. I'm sure people in here do marketing, or they understand psychology of words, all that other stuff. When you look at it as a tip, it's no longer that deep. It's no longer like I'm spending money. It's more so like, dang, this how you eat for real. You know, like when you tip a server, it's like, dang, they only give you $2 an hour. So if I don't tip you, you kind of just waited on me for free. If I look at a content creator's rooms like that, it's like, dang, I kind of feel uncomfortable leaving and I didn't tip.
Morning quickies, news and announcements. Morning quickies, news and announcements.
For this room.
Morning quickies, news and announcements. Quickies, news and announcements. And weekly schedule.
Swag. She getting she putting the gas in the plane, man. She putting the gas in the plane.
No, I'm saying I can land right there. I can land right there.
No, go ahead. Finish. I'm gassing up.
Nah, I'm really trying to gas up scale because I feel like that analogy, like I said, when I came over here from a lazy, cheap standpoint. Like, let's just be real. I didn't want to make the accounts. I already told you about that. And then I certainly wasn't thinking about spending no money. I'm thinking about making money. But as an entrepreneur in a business mind, you feel me? And it came from Scale and Tim. And I'm not discounting nobody else who said nothing, so forgive me. If I'm not mentioning your name, I'm not devaluing anything you contributed. It's just certain ones that, you know, when certain things give you that epiphany. My business cap came on and I'm like, wait a minute. It's kind of like my father would tell me, you know, if you want to meet with certain people, you know what I'm saying? Like, make sure you spend money with them the first time you link with them. I don't care if it's the cheapest product in there. Like, if you want your clothing line in the store, spend money with the store first before you try to have that conversation. If you want to do a collaboration with a hairline with somebody, buy the bundles and get your hair done before you have that conversation. It's just kind of like, make the investment. That's to take money to make money. Or if you want a server to hook you up on Mondays when they got discounted drinks, or you tired of paying at the door for this certain club, all right, well, you feel me? Tip the bouncer when he let you skip the line, or like give the server a little more than a gratuity. Gratuity 18%, get a 25%. So if I bring that mind over to Fanbase, I'm like, oh, this easy. I'm not trying to make it all about money, but in my mind, it's like, we don't have to be friends. I'm gonna just be real. Like, we don't gotta be friends. It don't gotta be that deep, but we can be allies. You know what I'm saying? I definitely would love to have a community of people where it's like, yeah, when you pull up, I would love to think you're going to give me $1 or $2 or some love. Like, why not? It's $1. Why wouldn't I want to have a community where that's, like, normal? You know, I feel like Fanbase could normalize people spending money with content creators, and it don't have to be that deep. Because if we think about the other apps, you want me to spend $10 on an ebook for your Amazon link, sis. I don't know if I'm trying to give you a chunk of 10. You got chill. I was just on here at 2 a.m. scrolling in my bed. Now you talking about $10 purchase. I don't know if I'm doing that. But if I'm in Fanbase and you talking about 99 cents, I'm just saying to start. 99 cents, $1, $2. It's like giving $1. It's like, come on. Like, I mean, it's easier for you to get that from me than you trying to hustle me a product or an ebook. You know what I'm saying? That's a harder sell. In my opinion, I would rather gradually spend a lot of money with you than off the gate have to spend a chunk. I'm going to just be real. Like, walk me up to the bigger purchase. Don't hop out the gate at $150 purchase with me. I'm not that customer. But you can walk me up to that over time. You know what I'm saying? You could pinch. I could pinch you off little by little. We could get there. We could start off $1, $5, $10.
Hit that like button. We can go. Remember Michael Jackson?
You know what I'm saying? So from what y'all saying, I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. It's actually not that hard, but I do think what's making me open to it as somebody who wasn't open to it, it's the tip thing. It's the like, yeah, we cool, but it's kind of distasteful if you come and enjoy this for free. Like,
Swag, she got me on swag.
Wait a minute. Scale, you been called to the carpet now. You been called to the carpet. I hear that assignment. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got their assignments. You been called to the carpet.
Go ahead, Scale. Go ahead.
No, I receive events and I will be tasked to make a room. And I am now tasking Swag to make a room about how to host an audio room. We need Scale, Tim. We need Scale, Tim, and Swag. Y'all should do a whole panel. All three of y'all.
Did they tell you about the next level though? You were talking about the next level. The next level here is subscription rooms and people subscribing to you.
Private rooms. Go ahead, Oracle. Break it down. We need that less level knowledge.
Okay, you were talking about you were doing over at the House of Clubs. You were talking about you were in the rooms talking about royalties and passive income, giving away all that free game. Well, over here you can either give away that free game over here in a regular room like this, and hope that people tip you and appreciate what the information you're giving, or you can actually open up a subscription room talking about those things, and people either subscribe to you or they pay the 500 hearts to get in to get that information. Now that's the next level right there over here.
Come on now.
25. Oh, they put it down to 125, which is still.
This is 125. Oh wow.
Yeah, private room. That's 125.
So you talking about in those rooms where it says I think premium or exclusive it's something where it's like you can't just tap it. You're talking about rooms like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it will have a red star or a red ribbon. Yeah. Those rooms.
Okay. So it's like a paywall to
get
it.
Basically, yeah. It used to be 500, but like Big Scale said, they changed it to 125 now. You can subscribe to the person, and you'll have access to whenever they do a room like that. Or if you didn't want to subscribe to the person, you pay that 125 that one time, and you have access to that room.
Hey, Vince, mine's a little bit more expensive, but it's the same principle.
We know, Tim, you didn't change your price to $1 million. We understand the assignment, Tim.
Let me ask y'all too. Anybody, I'm sure anybody probably know. I know on Clubhouse you can like record the rooms and save it. Are these just live stream, or y'all can record them too?
We don't have that yet.
It's in our pipeline. Like Skill said, on Thursdays at 5:00. Our CTO Ramiro. You can come in and put things in our suggestion box, or again, shake your phone and tell them what you need or what you would love to see.
Oh wow, that's kind of better for y'all though, because that means you gotta get it while it's hot, or it's over with.
So hey, here's a hypothesis. If it is universally accepted to tip a server 15%, but as much as 18, 20, and 25, and even more if they're serving a large group, why don't we establish some guidelines of what's acceptable to tip in these audio rooms or for content creators?
I love that. I think you should do it. I think you can start. You know what, Lenard? You can, if you wanted to do estimates, and play around. You could start with the same, well, I don't know if you could do the same numbers as the heart packages, or I don't know if you could start with numbers as small as 20, 50, and 100 per room. But I think that would be great. I think y'all should do it.
Well, you got to think also, how many people in this app has actually registered a credit card with Fanbase? Not everybody. There are people using this app, they haven't even put a credit card on file. That should have been a requirement. But since that train has left the station, we can say, okay, we're in this audio rooms. You want to come in the Monday morning marketing meetings, you got to give in 10 coins, 10 hearts per person in the room. So if you got 100 people in the room, it makes it worth the while for all those guys who are in there who are giving game, and you got 100 people downstairs just listening for free every Monday. They're being entertained one way or the other.
Remembering Michael Jackson. Remember Michael Jackson. Hit that like button.
And I guess some people are paying to get in there. If you're a regular and you have a room going religiously, why not just start charging? Make it acceptable or standard that, hey, you're going to pay for this now. Even if it's just five hearts. You
think y'all can do it for your time? Okay, so it's like, as a server at the 25%, it has nothing to do with how long you're in the restaurant. It has to do with how much the bill is. But I guess for you guys, I'm going to just say the audio rooms. I know it's other ways. But for audio rooms specifically, do you think it would be based off of time? Like 18%, I don't know, for 30 minutes, and then it's more for an hour? Like, how do you think that would work when it comes to what determines if the percentage is lower or higher? Is it time, or is it about the amount of people in the room?
Well, in the coming weeks, Rama said third quarter, you're going to be able to schedule rooms. So if you're going to schedule a room for an hour and that feature's there, you can expect, well, because I'm occupying this room for an hour to talk about said topic and give you some game, here's my price for that hour. And I'm going to give you a full hour of whatever it is. And I want 5 hearts per person coming in that room. That makes it worth my time. Maybe. It depends on what you're talking about. But that could be set some ground rules, okay? You open up a room and, I don't know how to do it because it really depends. Sometimes we just spitball in here. But you got to establish a baseline, I think.
I wonder if it would be rude. Would it be rude for people to get removed if they don't give no heart?
Yeah, it will. Hey, everyone. I have a question for you. I wasn't in that meeting yesterday. So are we only able to do scheduled, or are we going to be able to do non-scheduled as well? What's going on with that?
I think there are certain rooms that run every week at a certain time, and those ones are the ones you see be scheduled most. Queen runs her room religiously. You got Quantum, Link. I run mine religiously on government contract, and there's a whole bunch of others. I know Ron, he's in the audience. He does Fanbase Finance at 9:30 or 10:30 Eastern, 9:30 Central on Thursday mornings religiously. There are certain rooms that run on clockwork. They're always there. They said, okay, I can do this at this date and time every week, and I'm going to be there. And the platform is supporting some of these rooms. You might see those flyers or banners pop up, or so-and-so's room is on this date and time. And even some of the marketing people at Fanbase, between 3 and 5 o'clock or whatever, they do their rooms. Those are the rooms that are being held at those times. And when that schedule comes out, you'll be able to plug where you want to fit in so you don't either conflict with somebody or it's a good time for you and your schedule. And if it works with the people who you have a following with, they'll meet you there. Now, it's up to you to determine whether you want to make them pay for it or not. But, we're just talking, how to be nice. If you're in the room and you're getting some good information, you should tip the people who are bringing it to you. That's just what we should do. It's good courtesy. But should you require it? I don't know. It depends on you. I don't require anything for mine because I don't have any content up there. I just talk for an hour. And guys walk away with something good. And they come back the next week. Hey, I looked up this. I researched that. And great. Now we're moving. Now you're identifying a product or service that you do well, probably better than your competition, that you can sell to the government. and I just help people figure out what that is. And if they don't have it, anything at that time, great. But it's just, good conversation for the most part. But to just sit here and hobnob with you guys about like what we're doing now, should people pay for what we're talking about now? I don't really think so. I mean, I got nothing else better to do. So I'm here talking. But at the same time, if I was learning something here, you better believe I'd be throwing hearts left and right.
Okay. I want to answer this question in the chat real quick. 11.2, there isn't a specific section where it's like older content creators versus newer content creators. All of the stuff is just, I guess in the same spot. And when I'm not sure, but I see you're asking about where do you see these rooms? There are rooms that are that happen frequently, and they've been happening frequently over a long period of time. So Fanbase is going to put out this schedule that says, this is the rooms that happen on Monday. These are the rooms that have been happening on Tuesday, Wednesday, etc. And then there is going to be a way to schedule rooms. So if you have a room and it's going to be at 5 o'clock on Wednesday, you can go ahead and schedule it. But we don't know where that's going to be held or where you're going to be able to see it, because that's in the roadmap. That's what they call it. And then the other way I interpreted your question, if you want to see the rooms that are open right now in the app, if you click on all rooms in the top left, your room will go down, and then there is two icons. One looks like a director's thing where he yells cut, and the other one is two bubbles. You click the two bubbles, you can see all the rooms that are currently open in the app right now. And if y'all want to see examples of locked rooms, there are two locked rooms that's going on right now. So while this room is a public and open room, it has a green flag. The locked rooms where you have to pay to get into have red flags. So if that didn't answer your question, please put it in the chat.
And please make sure y'all join Trolls Nation Camp. Please make sure you join the camp.
Okay, so I have a bit of an opposing. I do have a bit of an opposing position on the culture of tipping and so forth. She's controversial. Swag, why are you so I got an echo? Okay, well y'all stay on mute and then you won't hear it. So anyways, I guess you want your room to be an echo chamber. Is that what it is? Anyways, but so I do have an opposing position, and I have to speak up on it because it actually gets cringy. I don't, and I'm going to use some very strong words, and I'm not trying to offend, and this is actually not reflective of anyone's thoughts in this room right now. It's just a couple experience I have as a person on this app who puts out a lot of value as far as with my content. The last thing I expect is I don't have an expectation for people to reward me with hearts, but I do appreciate it when it does happen. And the reason why is because I'm not necessarily here on Fanbase specifically I'm not here to monetize, but I appreciate the culture or the fact that I can make money while I am here. So I don't want Fanbase or even any environment, especially with us, to become where we have this entitlement culture, because I've heard it before, because, and I'm going to tell you the reason why I feel that way. Because one is that I don't think that people really know how to monetize rooms on this app, so that's a problem. There's a way you can encourage tipping, and there's a way that you can encourage hearts. There's a process that you can follow. I don't really see anybody do it, and a couple times I have seen it. It's a little bit cringy to me. The second thing is that if you want to monetize on the app, there are mechanisms for that. So you can create subscriber-based rooms. You can have subscriptions, and then you can figure out other ways to be able to run rooms, to be able to drive a funnel to a subscription-based service or to a monetized product or something that you have. So I'm only saying this is because I've seen this play out, and I'm just like, nah, that's not what we want. Now, what we do want, in agreement with Leonard and Tim, and I think Bernie, who was speaking, was that so there's an understanding as far as how things work. And the way that works is by making sure that you set rules properly so that people understand, or you have co-mods that set rooms that explains the process and the concepts of spending hearts. Because a lot of times people don't know. They're new in the app. They're not really sure how this all works. So they're not sure. So it's okay to say, hey, like I'm going to do right now. I'm going to say, hey, welcome to Trolls Nation. Y'all in here. Y'all enjoying the content. Swag is in here day in and day out. You know, providing great content to this app while he works a full-time job. Support. Show some love to your boy. Drop him 100 hearts. You know, that's what should be done. I don't think we should have a situation where it's like, oh, okay, you know, if you're in spaces and you're not spending hearts and that we start talking to people like that, because I think that it is, it might be a little bit demoralizing and it might create an environment where it becomes a turn off, right? And I'm gonna land here. It's like, guys, it's like a girl telling you what she expects for you to do. Oh, you need to buy me this, you need to do this, you need to do that, right? It doesn't feel good, right? So, anyways, I just want to say that. But on to the next. I think was trying to speak, so I'm gonna throw the mic over to him.
I was just gonna say, man, most of y'all are not content creators. Most of y'all can't hold a room. Most of y'all don't have range to even talk about shit, complex, nothing. Right? Look at the titles again. The other day it was 3 rooms open. All of the titles were shit. Right? So this notion that, oh, I posted a picture. Oh, I did a room with a bullshit title. I'm a content creator. No, you're not. You're just a motherfucker on the app talking. In a room full of other people. You're just a motherfucker posting videos, posting pictures, just like you do on Facebook. You know what? Here's the funny part. Motherfuckers on Facebook, they call themselves content creators. And you posting the same shit. You just on this bitch talking. You can't talk on Facebook, right? And then you got all these suggestions for Isaac and Fanbase. Why don't you go create your own? So you can then implement the suggestions you want. So the dude named Jonathan on Clubhouse, he didn't like Clubhouse. He didn't like how it morphed, what it morphed into. He went and created his own motherfucking app, talking. Well, you can do everything you do on Clubhouse, and then you can do the video. So how about you do that? Since you know everything, since you got the best idea, why don't you go create your own shit?
Creating my app, but that could piggyback off what the Butterfly said. I do agree with some of the things that you said, but Isaac created this app so that we can make money, so that you're supposed to have a certain amount of fans on here that are willing to subscribe to you. Most of the times when I come in the room, I just gotta re-up. I do give out hearts all the time. It doesn't matter if I'm entering your space. I'm definitely gonna bless the mods for sure, and pretty much everybody on stage, at least a heart or two. So I really don't understand why we aren't getting his vision, because unlike here on Bigo, people don't have problems doing that. They'll just sit there and just be giving people money just because. So I think over here we have this talking app, and so a lot of times there are some really good rooms that add value. Eleanor, I definitely do think, regardless of you just talking, if you're giving out diamonds and information that people don't know about, you definitely should be getting paid for that. Hearts, I mean, whatever denomination and hearts you want, but I believe that we're doing ourselves and this app a disjustice when we don't do what it was created to do, which is to monetize. And everyone does have the ability to monetize because we're all unique. We all come with a different set of values and things that we
Come on, Kimmy.
Add value to this. Now, whether or not we always put correct titles in there, no, not necessarily. But then, too, you have to understand that there's some people who are audio actors. There's some people who are trolls. I'm a baby troll. There's some people on here that are for business as well, too. So you have to figure out, decipher like I did. I ain't gonna tell you. You're gonna figure out above your head like the fuck I did. And then we can move on. But I definitely do believe that we all can get paid on this app because we're all special and we all come with those set of values and knowledge that we all know about from our own experiences, and I land there.
Yeah, I agree with Kimmy. I feel like to say don't tip, don't do this, don't do that, the things that's already built into the app is very counterproductive. Can you create a funnel afterwards? Yes. Can you do all these things? Yes. But like that
tip. I get the fact of making people tip because that's the same thing at restaurants, you know. When they turn the iPad around and you see all these, and I just got takeout. I understand that point, so I understand you're not trying to make people do sets amount. But if it's your room and that's what you want to do, then that's your room and that's what you want to do. You can give people set amounts, and then you can decide what happens to those people if they don't. You know what I'm saying? And so also, if we are tipping, so if you're the person that's getting tipped, you have to give the people what they want. Just like in a restaurant, you tip people more because they give you this type of service, the type of service that you expect. So if you are creating content and putting content on an app and you're not getting the results that you want, it is not
Hit that like, hit that like.
It's your fault. You have to.
We getting ready to listen to Michael Jackson.
So if you create 2 pieces of content, this one got more love than this one, then maybe you need to start going towards that. If you create a title and people aren't coming in your room, that is not the people's fault they're not coming in your room. You need to figure out how to create better titles.
Okay, so I just want to clarify really quickly. I'm sorry that I'm a land. Because I don't know if you heard that I said don't tip. That's not what I was saying. What I was saying was about creating an entitlement, encouragement culture and a certain kind of language that will end up happening on this app if this mindset was here. If you add value and you do things and you follow a process, then you will get the results. My point was that there are mechanisms to get paid on this app via private, subscriber-only rooms and via subscriptions, right? So there are mechanisms where you can be really clear about that. Now, in the rooms, I was saying, and I probably should do a room and teach on these things. Stay away with it. For my own personal reasons, not that I think that there's anything wrong, and I mean monetizing beyond the way people are monetizing. I think people can monetize a lot more, but I've never even seen a room where anybody taught anybody how to actually monetize. And if it was so important to Isaac about monetization, that would be a lot more of the focus is to actually show or to figure out how to have people teach these lessons, because I think people like Kim Cutts and some others probably could teach about monetization. And I will tell y'all this. A funnel is there for a reason.
I have a room on Mondays at 11 o'clock a.m. How to make money and get subscribers on Fanbase.
You don't ever want, I don't care whose platform it is, you don't want anyone to only be isolated to one platform. What if that platform goes down today, which you don't know? So there is a specific process. My point is that I just don't want people to walk into rooms and like, oh, y'all ain't tipping, y'all ain't, so I think it would create a bad culture. I think it would be a turnoff. I think people might be less likely. However, I think there's ways to teach by proper room resets, proper room culture, and things that I don't always necessarily hear. I've heard it, but I haven't really heard it in a bad way. One of those ways is those who are in your community is to edify the speaker or the presenter or the person hosting a room to be able to drive hearts to them. I think one of the reasons why we don't do that is because everybody is capable of getting hearts. And Kimmy, I do agree with you. I think anybody in this room, anybody on this app is talented and can figure out how to become a content creator. But I also think that's a problem because you need people who just want to consume. You don't need everyone who wants to drive and to be able to monetize. That's an issue. You can monetize. You can monetize by investing in the app. That could be your monetization strategy. But we do need people here who just want to consume, and they have a culture of that. And that is probably, I'm getting ready to land, that may be one of the issues, the difference between a Bigo environment and Fanbase at this moment. But that will change when Fanbase hits a viral point. There's a rush in. So right now, this is just the way that it is. So maybe get it right now, getting the culture of tipping, giving it hearts through proper room resets and things of that nature, and then going forward from there.
Yeah, so the reason why I said that you don't have to just go straight to funnels is because of literally what Yvette said. Sometimes you have to walk people to it. Some people go straight to subscribing, and that's fine. But to say the only way to do it is subscribe,
is not true because we literally have the system of love. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not telling people not to make funnels. I'm not telling people. I'm just saying that you can start from loves and build your way up. But to just totally say loves is not a factor doesn't even make sense because that's not how the app was built.
That is not what I was saying, Scale. I'm sorry, I'm not landing here. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that if you open up a room, right, if I'm opening up a room and I'm bringing value to the room, and my plan is to monetize that room, I'm going to go through a specific method. And then if I want to make sure that no one's just sitting in my room and not compensating me properly for whatever I'm sharing, I'm going to make sure I have the concept of a funnel in place. Meaning that I'm going to say something to you that is very valuable, that's going to intrigue you, that I'm going to have a next step for you. So that's what I meant by that. I mean, like, I'm just saying, if a person comes in and they open up a free room, it's not behind a subscriber wall, they don't have subscriptions, and they go for 4 hours and they don't feel like they're getting what they want in terms of loves because there's a method to this process. And I'm not saying that Fanbase isn't any different, but this is what I have seen from platform to platform. I don't know why Fanbase would be any different if this is the way it works everywhere else.
I just want to add to, like, I guess between what you guys are saying, if it's okay. So to me, I guess, and this is just, in my opinion, I guess you could say as a consumer right now, right? I'm not going to jump to say I'm a content creator on here yet. I feel like I'm too new for that. But like as a consumer, if I'm applying this concept that we're talking about, each room is like an open bar, right? And it's like the language is the same in every bar. I don't need a server to come to me and say, hey, if you like the drinks, can you tip me? It's like, I know there's a chance I could get some drinks there and actually meet a cool server that's funny and have a good time. And I know the way to show my appreciation is to tip them. I also know that I could not tip. So it's kind of like, I feel like, I guess the question, because it's not like I'm really trying to say anything to knock either of what you were saying. But I guess the question I want to throw out there is like, I guess to me, it's like, well, which one would you prefer as a server? Do you want the gratuity included? So whether they like your service or not, they're going to tip you. And it doesn't matter if you do a good job. And it doesn't matter if you gave them quality, value of service or not. It's just the fact that you simply was serving them, so they got to tip you and that's gratuity. Or would you prefer to be the server where it's based off your performance? And the reason why I'm throwing that question out there, because to me, that's what would be the deciding factor on whether it should be encouraged to tip or not, regardless of the room. If every time I come in your room, I only tip you if you give me this amazing nugget of wisdom, then it's totally different than me tipping you because you're just here consistently. It's kind of like me tipping the bartender, and she doesn't make the greatest drinks all the time. I mean, let's just be real. Every time you tip a bartender or server, it's not because it's the best drink I ever had. I had such an amazing... It's not always that. Sometimes it's just like, hey, girl, you in here again? Here. Oh, hey, girl, you had to get a baby. You know, you get to know them. Sometimes you get to know them a little bit. Oh, you had a hard time getting a babysitter. Sometimes they wind up telling you what you're going through. Sometimes you tip them just because their manager's stressing them out. It's like every time you tip, it's not always even about what you got from them. Sometimes it's just like, yo, I rock with you, and I know you be here doing your thing, and whether you did a good job or not, I know it took something out of you to do it. So I guess it's like, when it comes to tipping etiquette in general, it's just me being curious. Like, to me, it's no right or wrong answer. Which one do you prefer? Gratuity included, and it doesn't matter how you did. It's just the fact that you're serving. Or no gratuity, and it's based off of your performance.
So I'm going to answer really quickly. I'm only going to say this because tipping for servers, we should take that out the conversation. It's a totally different set of circumstances. We're talking about tipping for servers. I mean, they really make like $2 an hour, and we understand the culture that we're paying their wage, but we should think about like the other services that you tip for, like your hairdresser or your barber, or things like that. You know what I'm saying? Things of that nature where it's just that the tipping, talking about waitress, is such a hard conversation because it's just a unique set of circumstances, in my personal opinion. Because I think in general, most people understand like you are supposed to tip because you received a service, regardless of how great it was.
I mean, hopefully most people feel that way, but some people don't, you know, so. And again, like I said,
hit that like and that subscribe button. You can rate.
Tipping culture. I'm not trying to evade your question. I'm just sliding into this, and then we can go back to your question. There's probably more that we can do to encourage tipping culture. I just one fan base with hearts, and it's just how rooms are led. You know, even having the people who support you and rock with you to support you in the chat. You know, reminding people, you know, to support the room and support the content. If you love it here, you know, trying to direct people. Right now, I'm running a fundraising campaign for one of my clients. And one of the issues that they've had is that people are giving too little, if you want to know the truth. And just by tweaking the language just a little bit, right? Realizing that most of them don't know. They actually think they're doing a great thing by the amount that they're giving. But we know their income levels. We know all these things. We know the circles that they run and things of that nature. So they don't realize
it's called BU Without Limits.
But it's being done in a certain way. Like, we would never say, oh my gosh, you're giving shit. This is all you can do. No, there's a way to go about it. So that was really my whole argument with this. It's not to discourage tipping. It's not to discourage hearts. It is to build up the process, but not to the point where it's like, hey, this is how we're going to communicate the culture of loves. That's my personal opinion.
Because I get what you're I understand what you're saying, and I understand there's a way to do things so it's not like without tact or no couth or just like obnoxious and very distasteful. So I feel you on that. I would give you a little pushback just with this particular point, though. Not pushback in a big way, but just, I guess, for this, I feel like you express yourself very eloquently, and I like eloquent conversations. So when you made the point of it being a different scenario, I would say I have to disagree from the standpoint, I think it's a unique set of circumstances for content creator as well, right? Because pretty much, I'm going to try to make it practical out. That's my attempt. And then you let me know, I guess, if you can see the practicality in it. So a production company needs to produce. So pretty much social media platforms are production companies that have in-house production being done for free. So to me, a content creator is worse than a server because they don't have a minimum wage. So if we compare the two, a server's minimum wage is extremely disrespectful. I know from being a server, it's not even minimum wage. It's like $2 an hour. It's something that nobody can ever survive on. And then you have content creators that don't even have a minimum wage. So literally, it's like a huge gamble. If you spend any money at all in your content, which I'm not saying you should, to be clear, I think you should spend as little money as possible. If I talk to you really as a business person, you should always keep your costs as low as you can. So I don't recommend spending a lot of money into content until you know how to flip content, until you know how to take your content and get a brand deal. You know how to take your content and get a bag, put it into a social media press kit and close the deal because you have the analytics. But if you don't have that going on, I think you should be doing free content production. But if you are putting any money into your content, and you know that we live in you can hit the lotto type of society where at any given time, the content that you did put some money into could turn around and change your life, then I feel like it's kind of toxic. I think we're kind of being similar to the platforms where we're like, oh, you want me to pay you? You're supposed to be getting on here and having fun. It's like, but people are making money off of this thing that's quote unquote just fun. Like Facebook is selling off our data every day, and they're making money with the quote unquote get on here and do it for fun and for free. What they're telling us, but they're going and closing millions of dollar deals because of our data. So is Instagram, so is every other platform. So I feel like at this point, it's free exploitation. You're literally getting online, exploiting yourself for free, exploiting your thoughts, exploiting your opinions, exploiting your image, exploiting your likeness for free with a possibility of not only you being able to make money, but somebody else exploiting your content and making money off of it as well. And so that's the only thing I would say as far as, I guess in my opinion, not saying it has to be my view or that I'm right, but I guess the reason why I use the server comparison is because it's still a situation where everyone else can make money, but you're supposed to be grateful that anyone allowed you to even participate.
supposed to be grateful to have a job in a restaurant to make tips, but you also cannot demand more than your little minimum wage of $2-3 an hour. As a content creator, you're supposed to be grateful to have a platform to express yourself, but at the same time, you can't demand to make money every time you express yourself, but somebody can make money off of you every time you express yourself. So, can I just talk to her really quick on learning and I'll pass it to you? I mean, I get it. I don't want to be too long to be able to address that. Those are relevant points. I get it. The point is I made clear points. You have the ability on Fanbase to monetize your content. It's called a paywall. It's called having subscriptions, and it's called subscriber rooms, right? Through the Fanbase mechanism. Then you have other ways. If you create product and you haven't decided how you are going to monetize on it, right, by your own ingenuity, your own process, right? Because you could be creating content for the purpose to drive leads to a business. You may not need to necessarily monetize your content. You may be just trying to create an email funnel. Do you know I hardly see anybody who throws up a link at the top of these rooms that links to an email funnel? Sometimes people, link to their Telegram chats and things of that nature or to be able to get that for the purposes of whatever it is that they're doing, and that's fine. So I hear what you're saying, but to say I create content, yes, you create content, but you definitely need to plan on how you're going to monetize your content. And the idea should not be because I think I'm going to be able to, just by the fact that I'm opening up a free room on an app with no paywall, that I'm going to receive hearts for that. I think that creates a very frustrated world. And I'm going to give you this example. I'm going to land. I'm going to go. And I know I might not be explaining myself well with Tim's eyes, but I'm going to say this. I'm going to pass it to Lamar. I understand you. Go ahead. So I'm going to land with this point. And this is what I'm trying to say without saying it, because I use the word entitlement. Have you ever heard somebody say, you don't support my business? You don't support my business? I would never say that. Okay, I would never say that, because I know that if I bring value to the world and if I'm good at what I'm doing, that it's going to get the support that it needs. The problem is that when you develop a culture and a mentality that people think that they are entitled to certain things and it may not have value, or they haven't been able to create the value, they haven't been able to express the value, they haven't been.
I'm so lost.
Bunch of angry people talking about they don't get supported. And if I start hearing that in these free rooms, people start to talk like that, I just don't think it would be good for the app. And that was my point. But I hear what you're saying, and I'm going to put it to bed as far as my points are concerned, because I know there's plenty of people who want to speak that's here, and they've been hearing my voice too much. I want to just say hello really quick to the people who are members of Trolls Nation, T and Trap, and then I'm going to go ahead and pass to Leonard.
What's good, Butterfly?
So, the only comparison that can be made is the comparison of servers, because they make no money. And since we're talking about tipping of coins and hearts, it's a pennies game anyway. So that is the most perfect comparison to make when we're talking about this. It's an etiquette. You go in a restaurant, whether the service sucks or not, you're expected to tip. If you go into a room, if you're expected to tip. But if you think the content you got was garbage, you know not to go back there. It's like a restaurant. You don't eat there again. You learn. But if you figure you go in there, I gave them 10 coins or 10 hearts, and the content was garbage, I'm not going back there again. They're not going to get me again. Move on. Go find somewhere else to get your game. It's that simple.
Mm-hmm.
You pay where you're appreciated. If you go there, they don't appreciate my business, I'm not going to go there anymore. I'm not going to patronize them. If you go in a room and they're disrespectful to you and they're putting out garbage or misinformation, or hey, I'm not going to come here anymore because I don't feel appreciated. I don't think you appreciate my money or my time. It's like anything else.
Let me just jump in real quick. So I agree with Butterfly 1,000%. We're kind of putting the cart before the horse a little bit when we start getting into talking about tipping or all this other stuff. The bigger picture here is we need to make sure that Fanbase is going to be here. So if I ever host a room, which I don't, I'm not going to ask for anything. I want you to put your money to startengine.com. Okay, so that's I think what we should all be worried about is making sure that we're going to be here 5 years from now, or whatever the case. So all the talk about
that's why I was confused. Like, where was it going? Like entitlement, and I'm like, what's the conversation with entitlement?
It's just not going to happen.
We getting ready to go to remember Michael Jackson?
If there's a gem or something I value or something that makes me think, or something that I agree with, yes, I'm going to give you a freaking heart. But to
demand it
on default or on go, no. We don't owe that to anybody, and more importantly, it does create a tense environment in a room, especially when somebody goes on a rant for 2-3 hours about creating content and people not showing up. So that's not the culture that we should be creating right now. We should be focusing on building the community and investing. Period.
So are you finished?
I'm done.
Okay. Swag, it's time, man. Can I go to 40?
Check out, man. Oh, man. Yeah, check out, bro.
All right, I appreciate you for throwing me that alley-oop, man, because, and I think everybody on this stage, I don't know about the group, but we're intelligent people, and most of us that have been here for a while, right? I think Fanbase is in a peculiar situation, especially with this next raise. Shout out to Isaac. But let's face it, numbers never lie, right? And I think it's a reason why the company is 100% or 70% love for the creators, right? Because somebody on the team knows that love is not a sustainable metric for the company, for the business, right? So let's throw the tipping conversation out of the window and go to what really matters, right? Because as an investor, I'm pretty sure you know that a company that continues to raise but don't have the quote-unquote sustainability infrastructure will probably have to continue to raise, right? So let's get to the conversation about content creators that are willing to stand on 10 toes and really go all in on subscriptions, because I think unless Isaac institute ads, right, or some other monetization method, it's gonna take the content creators that are willing to Butterfly's point, have the systems, the processes in order to make Fanbase what it needs to be through subscriptions, and I'm landing my plane.
I wonder if they had that talk on TikTok, because I'm just trying to figure out, like, why is it that people can't funnel this shit that they make up here, and then, they make their content here, and then put it on IG, TikTok, and all that, and along with, promoting Fanbase that way? What's the issue with that?
I think it's just what was said, though. Like, me being new here, the vibe, it sounds like on other apps, when you bring up money, it's really not a big deal. And I guess that's because y'all are in a unique position. Y'all are kind of still growing and developing, moving and shaking. So it's like you guys are kind of still setting the tone, I feel like, for everybody, for what you want to do and how people should deal with you on the app. But on any other app, it's already clear. Some people are going on there to make money, and no one cares. And some people are going on there to have fun. You just kind of make it clear which one you are. And when here, I feel like people are still like, well, I don't know. I don't know which one's going to be received. Like on Instagram, nobody's getting on Instagram like, I don't know how they're going to receive me charging for this. Nobody's thinking about that. We know it's going to be received. Now, we don't know if people are going to buy it, but you're not about to go viral and get a bunch of flack on Instagram because you want to charge and make money. You're not going to get flack on YouTube because you want to charge and make money. But on here, it sounds like, yo, you might get some flack if you come on here being too aggressive to make money. So I think it's like, I feel like the world is probably still waiting to see from y'all, like, well, what are y'all gonna tolerate? Or what are you guys okay with? I'm just saying as an app. I'm not saying you guys in particular individually as people, but as an app, it doesn't sound like it's clear which one's acceptable yet.
Okay. Thank you everybody. Make sure you join the camp. This is my perspective, right? Because it's more about what you want to do, right? So if you're in a position to where you want to go all in and make money, you can. If you want to just enjoy the content, you can. I think where the conversation, everybody has a point, but the point is be you without limits, right? So that's the tone. The whole model is to be you without limits, right? Now to Tim and all the eloquently smart gentlemen in the room, we have to have a sustainable model, but it's more about what you want from the platform. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to consume the platform as just a content user, that's fine. If you want to, me, I have subscriber rooms, paid rooms, but that's just me. You know what I'm saying? It depends on what you want. And I think that's the conversation that we need to have first, besides investing, is what do you want? And that's why I host my rooms, my morning wellness room, so we can get centered, so you can know exactly where you are to get what you need. Because again, it circles back around to, like Butterfly said, she has her way. You know what I'm saying? Everybody is be you without limits. And nobody is wrong here. And that's why this platform is unique and special, because you can be who you want to be.
I just have a real quick question. I would like to call a private meeting to all Trolls Nation members and think after this. No, for real, Swag, I'm not playing. I'm for real. I'm so serious.
We'll talk about it, man. Hey, man, we're doing it right now. We're talking about, we're having a couple of conversations. We'll talk about it, Kimmy. We're having a couple of conversations, and one of the conversations is definitely about, your content and monetization, which is what we all really wanted when we left. When I left Clubhouse, that was what I was coming over here for.
Mm-hmm.
It was the fact that I can get paid now for my content. Like whatever I got going on, I can merge my content over here, and I ain't gotta pick one and put it over here. Like, and I can kind of start fresh a little bit. I can kind of contour my sort of quote unquote Instagram page, profile page, to what I want it to look like, so I can look more like what my business says that it is. Because I think that's where we fraudulent. That's a Jacksonville word. I'm not some stupid anyway. Some people out there, might be faking what their business is actually like. You know what I'm saying? What they actually do. You know what I'm saying? And if I go on your post and all I see is them, money making moves, or motivational posts, and I don't ever really see you in action of what your actual brand is about, then that really kind of like diminishes what this whole experience is supposed to be about. Like, we're really supposed to take this experience a lot more serious than this is just another app. You know what I'm saying? This is not just another app. This is a place where you can build your brand and actually reach those people that can really invest in maybe something that you're doing. You know what I'm saying? And like really take your business serious. Now, in the meantime, people are creating content, and you just so happen to jump into a room, you jump on stages, you have different opinions about certain things, and people take those things personal and may hold a grudge against you, and you might, people are a little petty. You know what I'm saying? But that's everywhere. But we learn to deal with people. But this has been an environment where I'm finding, these type of conversations to happen often. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you have these type of people in the room with each other. You see a lot of these names that you see right now in the room with each other, or, some of these people that, are in some of these other rooms. You see these rooms with each other when you scroll the hallway.
you might think that you'll know that it's a good conversation going on. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you gotta see past the title. You know what I'm saying? To see past, what is actually going on. You gotta be open to what you really want to explore and who you want to explore your brand to. Like, in the meantime, when you having this opinion and shit, you gotta be selling your brand. So I get the whole monetization thing of every once in a while. Hey y'all, you know what I'm saying? If you like the content that's going on right now, make sure you show some love. But at the same time, my 2 cents would be you have to be giving something of value. Some people make an ebook, they'll put a link up top and say, hey, in this ebook, you can find a lot of what I'm talking about. And that will be the of value for me. Some people might make a website and have those a lot of different content on there where you want people to see what your subject is about. Maybe you do video or film production, and this is where you have a lot of your content at, or it's the Fanbase Plus. Hey, this is the link to the Fanbase Plus, but you subscribe to me. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's $5 that you pay every month just to be able to get behind that paywall. It got to be something back there for people to actually look at, for people to actually want to enjoy. If I get behind your paywall and there's 2 damn pictures back there of you and your dog, like, I'm gonna be a little upset about my $5. At the end of the month, I'm canceling my shit. All right? But at the like my dog, what's wrong with you? Fuck that dog,
or
man.
If you don't, or if you have a lot of stuff behind your paywall and you don't post nothing, I'm about to cancel my shit. Okay?
Yeah, that's another thing.
But this is the conversation.
Why your echo? Why you always got an echo, bro? You always got an echo. Yeah, bro.
But Sean in ChatGPT, that's where she at.
Bro, I don't know what she be on, bro. I don't know what she be. Her phone be Android out. But yeah, man, think about the content that you post and think about the monetization of that post. Could it actually bring some monetization sometimes? And you know what, events? I don't even know if they even talked about this. Like, even on your post, when you make a post and you're getting love off of that, people can leave comments on your post and you can give love to them. So you can now make love off your comments that you leave on somebody's post. You know how dope that damn is?
I didn't know that. And I just bought some hearts. That's what's crazy. I just bought some hearts because I'm in a loving mood. But I think it's dope all the little ways. I think it's great. It may be pennies or whatever. Who cares? It's easy money. Who don't like easy money?
And I'm glad
I'm telling you, them pennies add up. I'm telling you, them pennies add up.
And everybody who gave some hearts.
Man, what?
Gave me some.
But before I say what I gotta say, I'm gonna say, Kimmy, when I see you in person, it's on site. I heard you when I was talking about this room. It's on site. It's on site. Be ready. Be ready. But I'm glad that we had this experience because this is also another issue. Like, Swag, you're talking about all these things as if everybody that comes to Fanbase, it is not to be creators. Like, I mean, this is not the case. We need to have special rooms for people who want to be creators and kind of run down it because everybody who comes here, nor should it be. Second of all, I love the fact that what happened with explaining one of the beautiful things about Fanbase and being able
how to make money and get subscribers every Monday at 11 a.m.
It's not about how much money you're making because I don't even know how much. I mean, I'll look every now and again, right? But it's not about that. It feels good to be supported, right? And that's an experience that is very unique. Sometimes on Facebook, Instagram, the algorithm pushing you down, whatever the case may be.
We getting ready to go over to Michael Jackson.
You can't even like, or follow that, but you can come here and people are going to show you love. They're going to embrace you. So these are the powerful stories that come from this app, and we have to do a better job of telling that. And that story will resonate to a lot of people who just want to belong. Everybody does not want to come here, nor should they. And then two, it doesn't matter whether I'm in business or what I do. It doesn't mean that that's why I want to be on Fanbase. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean that's the reason why Coach want to be on Fanbase. So everybody's going to have their different reasons. And sometimes when everybody's rooms are talking about the reason why everybody's on Fanbase is to make money, It's just that that's just not the case. And we might be. That's what Isaac is promoting. I'm just saying that in defense of why. Because I told you how I met people more than that girl. The first, I'm gonna tell you what they lead with. They lead with making money. It's black people making money. So a lot of people are gonna come over here for that. I know, but I've seen the results of what happens because of that messaging. I'm very well aware about how Isaac leads with his messaging, and I think he's wrong. Personally, right? You know, not completely, but just by narrowing the conversation on that. Because
I think people looking at it too general too, though. Because if you think about it, when he's saying making money, he's also meaning like investing in the app. Yes. So that way, you know, at a set time, when we exit there, we all make a good amount of money. That's what he's really talking about. Also, the fact that you can get on here and, you know, do exactly what we're doing, engaging, and next thing you know, when you leave, you might have made $2 or $3 that session. You know what I'm saying? So, man, I just say, man, it's like everybody makes some great points, but all I tell people, just do you. Whatever works best for you, it's not gonna work for everybody. You know what I mean? That's what makes you unique. So just go ahead and do your thing.
That's what I'm saying.
I think that's a great point. And I mean, and there's nothing wrong. Like the message about being able to come here, it is a very true reality. You can come here and make money. But what I'm saying is when I ask everyone, I mean, not everyone, some people are going to stand 10 toes on us, the reason why they're here. But having these conversations in several rooms now is that it's not so much about the money, it's about the feeling at this point, because there's probably not a lot of people that's making a significant amount of money. You know, I know there's some, I don't know how many are actually in social audio spaces directly from the app, but it's the feeling. So what happens is that when this will be a revolving door when that story isn't correct. It won't be sticky. Because if you say, if the only messaging that's out there is you're going to come here and make money, because people are thinking by making money, they mean make money off their content. They're not really of the mindset about on investing. The way that story is presented is that when it doesn't happen, then what they'll do is they'll just leave right back out. But if you can capture it correctly,
building your community.
Talk to after we've had these conversations is that they are here to make money, but it's something bigger than that. It's a feeling, right? It's a feeling for feeling supported, validated, embraced. You know, and you get that feeling where you don't just feel like, hey, I'm just doing something and no one is showing me any appreciation. That's what happens differently. So that's my point on that. But anyways, moving on.
Let me tap in real quick. There is a way to break Fanbase. I don't know if you guys remember, but Queen Mo, Swag, Coach, who else? It's definitely Big Scale. You guys remember? And Oracle, last year, Isaac was saying that there's a way to get a verified without paying the 10 racks to do it. Do you guys remember that? So there's a way, and we just haven't figured out, like the audio. That's one thing that I know that we love, but I don't believe that it's in the audio. I really do believe that it has something to do with the Fanbase Plus, but I haven't really been doing anything. Y'all know I was locked out of my account for some months, so I'm just trying to get back in the momentum. But do you guys remember that?
I did remember him saying this a while ago, that it's a way that, you know, he got something going on, that he got a special gift, but to see who gonna break that first one, to break the, like you said, Kimmy. So I did hear that. I definitely did hear it. I pay attention. Now, you know I pays attention.
So we all are very intelligent people in here. So I believe maybe someone under the sound of my voice, we may just do that. Someone in here might just break Fanbase. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just trying to encourage you guys. Yes, Cappuccino, I know you in there capping. I do understand that there are a lot of content creators on here that have porn. I don't go to their things. I used to always hit the Explore page, and that's where it kept coming up. So the more I kept going, the more porn I kept seeing. So I stopped that shit. But if it's reported, it will be taken off. And Cappuccino, I beg to differ. I do believe that there's a lot of talented people on Fanbase. Sometimes with these rooms, I know that it does take a lot out of you, and there's just some specific things that you have to do, and you got to be ready, and your mind's got to be tight as well too. So, and I challenge you. If you saying that we are boring, why don't you open up a damn room since we so damn boring? Cappuccino.
Yo, Cappuccino was open up a few rooms, Kimmy, and one of them was kind of lit.
I know.
Question really quick. From my understanding, you can buy yourself a check, right? I understand that. That's pretty cool. But I think you can also, can't you just get a check the same way? Because there's somebody who I know who has a check. I know they didn't invest. So
yeah. You can do it without that.
Your social, like the same way you would have to do on Instagram by proving.
You gotta. I think like you said, like Butterfly, like he was just saying, you gotta go and fill out an application. You know what I'm saying, to be verified. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess my question is, you don't have to invest to be verified. You just have to have the same credentials. Like if Beyonce came on the app, she would get a check even if she didn't invest. You know what I'm saying, right? I'm just making sure that I just want to make sure I wasn't confused that the only way that people were getting verified. I was like, somebody I know who's verified, I know they did not invest. So
no, it was another way, different way.
It's a way that, like Kimmy was saying, it's a way Isaac spoke about this, I believe, in one of these rooms and other rooms, that he said nobody has reached it yet. He won't say what it is, but ain't nobody reached it yet. That you can get that check without having to invest or be verified. But somebody gonna reach it. I just don't know when.
That's too.
So there are different checks. So that's where I think the confusion is coming on. So the gold check that Queen Mo and Oracle are talking about is there's going to be a way to get a gold check that you don't have to necessarily be the 10K investor. There are multiple ways to get the blue check, like what Butterfly is saying. If you're verified on another app, you can get the blue check. You can get the blue check by investing a lower amount. And then I think just some people that they feel like are with Fanbase stars, I forgot what they said on the live, but you can get a blue check.
So what is the investment for the blue check? Is it $5,000?
I don't know what the new investment is because I invested in a previous round, so I don't know what the new tiers are.
It's 1,000.
Oh, okay.
Hey everyone, I want to address a few aspects of the conversation. I agree with everything that Butterfly was saying as far as the tipping culture. If it becomes something patronizing, it's not going to be good for the app. Although I would say, personally, I believe that the tipping culture is already here. It's just the fact that this app is still growing, that we're not going to see it in huge, significant numbers.
We are over to the Remembering Michael Jackson room. That's where we're at now. So that's what we're waiting for. Yes. That's what we're waiting for to get started. Let's get it started. I got you. Do you remember? Happy Friday, everybody! When we fell in love. When we fell in love. Mm-mm. Hey. Remembering Michael Jackson. It's the same. Do you remember? To the back of my mind, do you remember? When we fell in love. First night, girl. Mm-mm. You remember the time? Mm. My baby.
All right, everybody. Happy Friday. So glad you're all here. Welcome back to Remembering Michael Jackson Audio Room on Fanbase. We are having a great show today, and I am just so thrilled and honored to be joined by one of my favorite people on the planet, the legendary director, choreographer, producer extraordinaire, and master filmmaker, Kenny Ortega.
Good evening, everyone, and you know the feeling is mutual. Travis, I adore you. You are one extraordinary human being.
Thank you so much, Kenny. You know, we've been just really celebrating Michael every Friday here in June. You know, it's such a special month for us for many reasons. But
of course.
Yep. And as we approach the 15-year anniversary of Michael's ascension to the next plane, we've been doing everything we can to just reminisce and have good times and share good stories. So many of his fans from around the world have been joining us. And of course, it is absolutely my honor and pleasure to have you join us today.
Thank you so much. This will be fun. There's much to celebrate, as I don't have to remind you, and thrilled that we have Michael's fans joining us, and hope that this is fun for them as well.
Absolutely. Well, Kenny, I know, but I mean, tell the people, how you first met Michael. What was that like for you?
Well, a lot of people don't know this. I don't even know if you know this.
Okay.
I was a child actor, and I was very fortunate to be doing professional children's theater, and I was an apprentice for this wonderful theater in the San Francisco Bay Area called the Circle Star Theater. And the Jackson 5 came to perform there. I believe it was for like 8 performances. And I was an apprentice, mopping, cleaning dressing rooms, doing everything that I could to be close to the experience of theater and performance, and to learn and to grow, it's because I was aspiring. And one afternoon I was in the hallway of this theater, and the Jacksons came walking in the back door, and Michael came running in before everybody and kind of stopped right in front of me and said, "Hello, I'm Michael." And I almost fainted. And I was, I think, 13 years old, And I was like, hello, Michael, welcome. How awesome to be. And he was so sweet then. That never changed.
Wow.
That same boy, that same kindness, that same sweetness, that same generosity, was there when I met him later in my life.
Yeah. And so then, all right, so then that would be for what project first? Was that Dangerous, or was there something before Dangerous?
No, I met him years before we did it. He called out to me just as I was getting ready to start planning the 1996 Summer Olympic opening and closing ceremony.
Okay, yeah.
And he called me, and he was in Orlando, and he said, "Can you come meet with me? I want to work with you. I would love for you to work with me and create my world tour." And I said, "Michael, I'm getting ready to do the Olympics." And he said, "That's okay. You can do both."
Right.
And I did.
Yes,
and I did.
Yes,
with a little bit of help. I think I had 600 assistants on the Olympics and quite a few while we were.
Michael Jackson.
Working with Michael on our first
That's so amazing. Tour. And then I have to tell people a bit of our history. I got to work with Kenny for the very first time as a newly relocated dancer from Atlanta, and I got to perform in Kenny's movie called Newsies, and that was done with the Disney company. And I just remember, obviously, being a fan of your work from Ferris Bueller's Day Off and Dirty Dancing and all those things that we all know, but, getting that first opportunity to work with you and Peggy Holmes during that experience was so wonderful. And I remember Mr. Gene Kelly coming to set.
Oh, yes. And I remember you, and you were just a lad. You were what, 18, 19? Yeah, and you were quite the discovery. I remember just your outer beauty, your inner spirit, and your incredible talent as a dancer. And that was it. That was the first time we worked together.
It was. And then a dear friend, the late great Greg Smith, was casted. I got to meet him for the first time, and I just remember a magical time. And I think we filmed on. Were we on Universal's Backlot, or were we?
Yes. Yes, we were. Yeah. We worked at Universal Backlot and Warner Backlot.
Yeah. I remember, and Christian Bale starred in that. Aaron Lohr. And
Anne Margaret, Robert Duvall, Oscar-winning Robert Duvall, and Anne Margaret, of course, from all those great movies with Elvis and Bye Bye Birdie, and we had a tremendous cast of young boys. You were one of them, an incredible cast of young boys.
So,
and Greg not only helped us cast those shows, but Greg worked with me he was the first dance casting director. He was really in Los Angeles. There were casting directors for Broadway, but he was the first dance casting director before there were even agents. And he helped us with Michael, casting, getting all the auditions together for Michael.
Yeah, all of them. And I just remember then jumping forward to Dangerous, which had already debuted and was touring. And I got a chance to join the concert midway. And that just was the thrill of a lifetime, to finally share the stage with my idol for so many years.
Yeah.
But then I was really, really grateful that I got to be involved with you and Michael from the beginning for the history concert.
Right.
Along with
going back to Dangerous, I mean, some of my fondest memories of Michael, and there's so many personal ones. Our traveling together, our flights together, our train rides together, or hanging out and doing music. It's in the middle of the night. Some of my very fondest memories were standing out at the lighting tower with 80,000 people and watching Michael mystify. It was really truly. I remember that was the first time that I stepped out of a situation when that concluded for me. And Michael didn't want me to leave. I remember I kept telling him that I had to leave now, that I had other jobs that I was going to do, and he was like, "No, stay a little longer." remember leaving that experience, and I'm sure you did. Who doesn't? You know, having felt like I had been somewhere creative that I had never been before.
Yeah.
You know, working with him always left you off in a place that you hadn't been before, having experienced things that were new, and where you felt that you had grown as an artist yourself, just being in collaboration with him.
Yeah. If you don't mind, Travis, let me jump in here. So, how you doing, Mr. Kenny? My name is Andy. I am a fellow filmmaker and also an employee at Fanbase. Just want to say thank you so much for joining this audio room tonight.
My pleasure, Andy. Lovely to meet you.
So I just want to slow it down because, you know, you guys kind of just jump right into this. You guys know each other. So I want to kind of let everybody, I got to let this sink in. These two human beings, Mr. Travis Payne and Kenny Ortega, have worked with the legendary Michael Jackson. Okay, like that, you guys just skipped right over that like it was nothing. Like this was huge. So, Mr. Kenny, you mentioned that, you know, one of your first times, you know, meeting Michael, that you know, he asked you to film his tour, and you said that you were already filming the Olympics. Directing the Olympics. So, I mean,
and choreographing, actually,
were you going to? It seemed like Michael was like kind of persistent and kind of wanted you. Were you going to pass on it because, like,
you know, never in my mind did I think of passing, because really all that was happening was I was just so honored, touched, moved, you know, blown away that Michael had reached out to me and invited me to be his creative partner in the development, design, and structuring of the tour. The issue was I had already committed to something that I wanted to do for many years of my life, which was choreograph, you know, an opening and closing ceremonies of an Olympic Games, which reaches the world. You know, it's an opportunity to communicate with the world, a world audience. So when I told Michael I've already committed, he said, "That's all right. We'll make it happen." You know, and I learned that moment there and the days after that Michael had this kind of imagination. You know, imagination creates reality. We can figure out a way to make it all happen. Mm-hmm. And that was the way it was with Michael. That you know, there were those that would jump in and say, "Well, we can't do that," or "We can't," and they would say, "Never allow fear into the room. Fear gets in the way of the creative process." That Michael had the biggest imagination of anyone I have ever known. And not only an imagination, but an imagination that worked miracles, that made things happen that were astounding, that no one else had ever done before. Many times over.
Amazing. You were already directing, you know, big events like the Olympics. Did you feel did you feel nervous, you know, stepping on set, having to direct with Michael? Or was it something like, "Hey, this is what I do, I'm a natural, I got this"?
No, I think Travis, you know, can jump in on this too. That Michael was so inviting, such a professional, such a generous man, and if he invited you in, he gave you voice. Mm-hmm. He wanted to know what you thought. Mm-hmm. You know, and so from the very moment we began, you know, I realized that he truly wanted a partnership. Mm-hmm. And then in our first meeting, which was in Orlando, Florida, he was staying in a house out in Orlando, Florida, near Disney World. I flew out there to meet him. I thought, my gosh, this guy is just so down to earth, just so generous, so kind and gentle and easy, and this is going to be really amazing. And he never made me ever feel pressured. He didn't, you know, never.
Yep. And I tell people that I started to actually breathe deeper when I finally met Michael. You know, after all those years of ordering my steps, to finally be in the room with him and to be able to come into the fold, that was already so iconic. He was disarming. He did not wear his celebrity, like an armor, like many artists that we work with do. He was very, very down to earth, very personable, very personal. And he would ask you about your life and your family and, just have conversation, and really sort of get to know you and care about you before we even started working.
And then later, when he had a family of his own, inviting us to come to know his family, his children.
Yeah. It was really, I say it was a spiritual experience every time, because it wasn't just about the work. It was about the personalities. It was about making sure everybody was comfortable. He would always say, keep the troops happy and you win the war. And he was in charge, the architect of all of this stuff. And he knew, what each of the creatives that he had surrounded himself needed. Not only physically, but like mentally and emotionally. And he was a great leader and led by example, and his work ethic was unmatched. And, so you always showed up at work excited to be there, because it didn't feel like work. It felt like you were going to go on an adventure, a journey that would leave you better, on the other end of it.
Now, Kenny,
I want to just finish one thing, because you asked me a specific question about was I nervous? Was I?
Yeah.
I just want to say that, whenever I step into anything, and it's been this way for many, many, many years. In the beginning, we work to pay the rent, and we don't always have the opportunity to be as picky and selective. But by the time I met Michael, I always wanted to know what the why was. You want me to come in and be your partner? What is the why? What is the plan? What are your hopes? And Michael always had the most important reasons for wanting to go out and perform, which made it so easy to say yes.
Mm-hmm.
Remembering Michael Jackson.
Yeah. And the why really a lot of times even jump around, but like the shows, the tours, the experiences really, because they were so thought out. I mean, the routing of the shows had a reason. Michael knew that taking his tour around the world and going to certain regions would really stimulate the economy. Like, he thought so thoughtfully about every aspect of the production, not just what was on stage, but how it would affect where he was. I think I said maybe that our first week that, that the war that's going on in the Middle East, when we landed to do the history tour there, it ceased fire. And you had those opposing factions literally in the same field, swinging back and forth, arm in arm, singing "We Are the World." So his effect on humanity was so much more than that of a pop star or a music legend. I mean, that was just his talent, but his gift was uniting people and allowing people to see themselves in each other and allowing us to see ourselves in him. He told me once, he said, my talent is I'm a vessel. These songs come through me, and, the higher power, that's my talent. I can connect to my higher power. I'm a vessel. They come through me. I give them to the world. And I was like, wow, that really puts in perspective where he saw himself and the sort of, assignment that he felt his life was dedicated to. And it was so deep, and it was really so thoughtful, and it was really always such an honor to be around him. I mean, you would feel when he was on the premises, even before you saw him, like he was that charismatic and electric. You could feel that he was approaching even before you saw him. And I've never had that with another artist ever.
Now, Kenny, I asked Travis this the first week. What was it like, telling family and friends, hey, my next big project I'm working on is with Michael Jackson?
Well, I have a cute story. I had my niece was living with me when Michael first called me. He called me at home, and my niece picked up one of the extensions, and she was 12 years old, Jennifer, and he said, "Is Kenny Ortega there?" And she said, who's this? And he said, it's Michael Jackson. And she put the phone against her chest and screamed out across the house, some jerk is on the phone saying he's Michael Jackson. So I grabbed my phone and I said, hello, hello. And I hear this beautiful voice that is like, it was Michael's voice. Hello, Kenny, this is Michael. And I said, Michael, I apologize. That was my niece. She's 12 years old. She's a little girl. I hope she didn't offend you. And he said, oh, please, Kenny, nobody ever thinks it's me.
Right. You have to speak to him in person to know that it's really him. Only the people that know.
Yeah, he was very lovely to my family, to the children of my family, to my brothers and sisters. He was just, He made them feel so special. I was able to invite them, and our rehearsals were very closed.
Yeah.
Very closed. But he was very generous in allowing the dancers and Travis and myself and other individuals that creatively worked with him on an occasion to invite a relative to come in and sit in and watch a rehearsal.
Mm-hmm. I was so honored that my mother got to come to Hawaii and see the only sort of U.S. territory show that happened during my time with Michael. And I don't know. I'm not even really sure if Dangerous toured America. Kenny, did it?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think Bad Tour did, but yeah. But to your point, he was all about family, and we would spend so much time just talking about our mothers. And I remember, I think it was. I'm pretty sure it was during This Is It. My father had gotten of age where we needed to, the driving privileges were really sort of not a smart thing anymore. So I told Michael, I said, my dad, we had to compensate his car. He was like, oh, well, we should get him a new one. But, the family was always a big deal. I mean, anything you wanted him to sign, he would easily say hello on the phone to a family member, and speaking of the phone, he also was a big prankster, and he could do voices, like he can impersonate people, and so he would call people up and play with them, and he could mimic and sound like other celebrities. And I just remember he would do that sometimes, and it was just so funny to watch. But so normal in the sense of cared about the things we cared about, liked the same food we liked the same music we liked. It was a entire encyclopedia of entertainment, knew about history and theory, and just was a wealth of knowledge far beyond that of entertainment, including entertainment, of course.
You know what it is too? It was old school. It was old school professionalism. The show must go on. Break down the role, understand the rules of the character that you're playing, and then when you step on stage, surrender yourself to that role completely.
Yeah.
And so, in life, off that stage, as Travis put it so eloquently, he was disarming. He was just so gentle and easy in his walk and demeanor and energy that anyone that might have been intimidated or overwhelmed to be in his presence was very quickly, made to feel comfortable and relaxed in his presence. And then it was the magic of him being able to step out of the darkness onto that stage into the light and combust and explode through this idea that he created called Michael Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
That was like overpowering, awesome, and that's when you were brought to your knees.
Yeah.
That's when you were just brought to your knees, because it was so dynamically different than the individual that you just had a conversation with before he went backstage.
Yeah. Kenny, what about when we would do shows and you also tell the story so great about we got to have the best opening number that the world has ever seen.
You know, how would we always sort of approach that?
Every time Michael called me to join him, and it was many times, it wasn't just for Dangerous History and This Is It. We also did one-offs. We did some incredible concerts for Farm Aid. But whenever Michael would call me and we would sit together and he would tell me the why, you know, I think the first thing I would say is, why do you want to do this? Why are you so excited? And I remember when he called me for This Is It, before it was called This Is It, I said, Michael, what is it? Why is it that, you know? And he kept saying, this is it, Kenny. This is the one. I feel it. I know it. This is it. And I said, wow, you should call the tour This Is It. And he said, why? That's so silly. And I said, well, you've said it like 100 times. And then funny enough, I mean, he turned around and that became the title of the show. But when Michael and I talked about how we would approach the show, each time, each tour, each experience, as if we had never had the conversation before. You know, he would explain why. With This Is It, he said to me, my daughter's wearing a Michael Jackson t-shirt. She's becoming a fan of Michael Jackson. She's never really been of age, nor has Prince or Blanket, to appreciate what it is that I love and do on stage. So I would love for them to have the experience to see what their father has done all his life and what he has enjoyed all his life. And then he said, I want to do it because I want to give back to the fans. I want to give back to the fans in the way that they gave back to me in supporting me through the hardest times of my life. Uh-huh. They never made me feel that they had left me. And he said, and then lastly, and perhaps most importantly, I want to use the stage and I want to use my songs and performance as a platform to remind the audience that we have to take care of this planet and the children on this planet. We're not going to recognize the world in the future. Mm-hmm. And then I, of course, said, that sounds like a good idea. Let's get started. Right. You know, and that was it. You know, and then he would say, you know, we have to have an opening that is unique to anything that anyone has ever done before. New technology, new theatrical ideas, new lighting, new sound, a whole new approach to a way in, to open. And he said, and when we're done, I want the audience to be thinking, how are they going to top that? And then he'd say, Kenny, we will, because that's what we do. And somewhere in the middle of the show, when they're not expecting it, we're going to hit them with a right hook and knock them right out of their chairs if they're sitting. Uh-huh. And then he said, and then in the end, I would rather their jaws be on the ground and they to be astonished and standing in wonder rather than them cheering and applauding. Standing in wonder. And when they leave, if they're not still talking about us, when the sun comes up the next morning, we didn't achieve what we set out to achieve. Mm-hmm.
And what's more, he said, we must disrupt their sleep pattern. If they are able to sleep after seeing our show, we have not done our job. I want them to be up all night, unable to believe what they've just witnessed, and then they'll come back the next time. And that set the stage.
So with those words, you know, he gave us permission to think, to imagine, you know, to go beyond the way that we had thought before coming to him. Mm-hmm. You know, we couldn't just go to the tools that we always could go to.
Oh, yeah.
We had to research. We had to look into ideas that hadn't existed yet, that might take time to even develop, you know.
Mm-hmm. Now that brings up a good question. There was a question in the chat that I read. Someone asked, was there any time that your vision collided with his?
No. Not our vision.
No.
But we had moments, you know, where we would be talking about the overall structure of the show. Mm-hmm. And we would have moments. In fact, I remember one time Travis was banging on the door. We were having this meeting in a private room, and we were in debate. We were debating one another, and our voices were getting loud. And Travis, you remember you were banging on the door, and you said, "All right, you two." And what did Michael say to you?
We're just jousting. We're creative jousting.
Creative jousting.
We're just jousting. And he said it's my favorite time of the day.
Uh huh. Yep.
So he, you know, so he loved a good, you know, back and forth. Yeah. You know, I didn't. Here's one thing that I didn't do, and that was I didn't yes him. Yeah. You know, and I, you know, many artists that I worked with, you know, I had heard before working with them, they have a lot of yes people around them, a lot of people that just, you know, are around them and they just yes. Mm-hmm. And I discovered that wasn't true with many of the huge celebrities that I had worked with. Streisand, Diana Ross, Mick Jagger, Elton, so many. Cher. Really looking for collaboration, really looking for another voice that wasn't just going to say, okay, yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And Michael enjoyed that. Michael enjoyed that. He could smell it if you weren't being honest with them. And he'd be like, really? You know, questioning, you know, and he would say, all the ideas don't have to come from me. Just together we have to arrive at the right and best idea. You know, so he gave you creative license and wanted to know what you thought. You know, you're in the room. No, what do you think? You know, and I'd be like, yeah, well, I feel like this and I think that. He said, okay, let's try it. You know, and we would do things over and over, different versions of things. I mean, we started to even with the edits of the music, you know, which he was so gracious to allow us to manipulate. Many artists don't let you touch their music. Michael didn't mind. He let us strip it apart, reimagine things, add orchestration, you know, right there in the moment with him. And then we would note that, we would date it and time it, and we'd save it and go on to the next version. And then we would be able to recall versions from like 2 weeks ago. Bring that other one back in there. That one was more smelly than this one, you know? And so it was always every part of the production to a sense was auditioned because it had to compete for its place in the show. And it was very fair, you know, and he would always say, the show will tell you what it needs, the music will tell you what it needs. We just have to wait for it. The music will tell you what it needs. That's right. Let it marinate. Let it marinate. Yep. You know, sometimes Michael and I would get to, because there were many people that he was creatively working with, wardrobe, makeup, you know, lighting. He had creative input on everything. Both of us did. You know, video. We were creative partners on the overall conceptual as well as the staging of the show. Some days we would come to a standstill where, you know, we didn't agree on something. You know, usually I probably thought that we could approach something simpler. I would say, you know, maybe it's time at this moment, Michael, for just you to come out and we're in black drapes and a simple light, and that you can come out and just deliver the magic without the help of any, you know, any theater. And he would say, oh, but I really want to, and so we would take the night. We would put it up on the board and we'd put a tack in it and we'd take the night and both of us would walk away and sleep on it. And almost always we would come back and say, let's try it both ways. Yep. Mm-hmm. Try it. And he wasn't afraid to try stuff. And that was really great. He was trusting and open, loved the collaboration, you know, didn't always need to be right. He would say, we just need to arrive at the best idea. It does not have to come from me. But he also, remember, and this is it, when he said, I said, Michael, you're supposed to, you know, turn around or you're not going to be able to see the cue. And he said, I'll feel it. Right. He's like, yeah. I'll feel it. Yeah. I got a screen behind me. I'll feel it. Yeah. And then I remember, too, we were talking about that Earth Eater. You remember that? He was like, we were trying to make it more of a realistic Earth Eater, you know, with we see now with the Boring Company, right? That tunnels through, you know, the Earth. And that was such a thing for him. He was like, why are we tearing up the Earth like this? You know, and he wanted the design of our Earth Eater to be way more sort of vicious and way more foreboding and exaggerated. And you told him, well, they're not really made like that. And he says, but ours can be. He wanted ours to be a monster. Yeah. And it was. It was. And he was right. Yeah. He was right. Yeah.
So now, Kenny, was there, now, you know, you have, I believe you worked on the Dangerous tour with, you directed that for him. And also, This Is It. Was there anything... And history as well.
Yeah.
Was there anything that you learned from Michael, or was there any inspiration that he gave you that you took and brought to any future projects?
Well, yes, it's something that I share with a lot of young people, and something that I incorporate into everything that I do. And before I completely sort of agree to join a creative project, I want to make sure that everyone understands that this has to be present in order for me to feel comfortable and want to do the gig. And that came from Michael. And that was, we can't let fear into the room. Fear only gets in the way of the creative process. And that I remember one time we were in a massive rehearsal and Michael said, Kenny, and he had a microphone and I was 100 feet away from him in an arena. And he said, Kenny, come here. And I went running all the way across the arena and went backstage and climbed up the steps and went onto the stage. And he came over to me and he put the microphone down and he whispered in my ear, who is that? And I said, I'm sorry, Michael, who? And he said, look to the back of the arena. Who is that person standing with the light behind them in silhouette? And I looked and I said, I don't know. And he said, would you please find out? He wanted to make sure that everybody that was there observing and having a presence in the room was there with a positive attitude about what we were there to accomplish.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I create an environment to workshop, rehearse, study, work with my actors and dancers and singers, to do my TV work, my film work, my stage work, I always wanted to create an environment that has no fear in the room.
That's really great. That's really refreshing to hear, because we hear a lot of stories now about how some of these music artists treat their staff and going out on tour.
Yep.
So that is refreshing to hear from both of you guys how how Michael was welcoming and
but I took that in answer to your question, I took that. I was interviewed a couple of years ago, and I was talking about directing, and I said, sometimes my shoulders are so heavy, and they said, what do you mean? And I said, well, I have all of these angels on my shoulder, and sometimes they're whispering in my ear. And I said, my father, Gene Kelly, Michael, and I was naming like all of these mentors that have been so inspirational and educational in the way that I've developed my own sort of way of working. And and the guy said, Michael whispers in your ear? And I said, yeah, he lives on right there. Whenever I'm stepping into any creative situation, there will be times when I find myself puzzled, uncertain, or working on something where I hear Michael, cheering me on or suggesting. And the article came out and said, the headline was, Michael Jackson whispers in Kenny Ortega's ear.
I call it, what would Michael do? I ask myself that a lot of times in the process. What will Michael do? What would he think about this? Would he think this is stupid? Would he think this is lasting? Would he think this is clever? Would he think this is important and meaningful and timeless? Is this sending the right message? Is this, gratuitous? Does it have a major reason behind it? Like, what is the thought process, beyond just making something?
Hit that light button on the playback way back.
So I feel like there were so many jewels along the years, Kenny, that I know that I learned, and I know that there were so many that you continue to, use to inspire generations of performers. I am one. And knowing that, getting to share space with you and Michael for all these years was just the biggest blessing possible for, a kid like me from Atlanta, who grew up watching, Motown 25 and watching, the Billie Jean and Smooth Criminal and Beat It, and being there when, there were like global premieres and you had to turn on the TV at the right time to see it. Very different than now, where everything is so readily available to us on the internet. And like, I'm watching Earth Song right now, and it's just reminds me of like, even this piece that he directed with Nicholas Brandt, that it was so ahead of its time, and that, you know, for our Earth Song, which many people don't know was meant to be the crown jewel of This Is It, that was the major reason that the show even was happening, is because Earth Song needed to be, Michael would say, yeah, people listen to my music, but they don't hear it. You know, they need to hear it. The messages have been there since We Are the World and, you know, USA for Africa and all those things. He was like, but now look at where we are. You know, look at where we are. There's no time more important than to remind everybody that we're on a runaway train. And he was right. That was 15 years ago. And if you look at what's happened in the Amazon, if you look at what's happened in, you know, Australia, New Zealand, if you look at COVID, if you look at, you know, all of the sort of the crimes against humanity, if you look at, you know, certain political factions, if you look at all that, that's what he was talking about. Yeah. Like, if we don't get a handle on this thing, it's going to be a runaway train. And I know that so many people around the world are just in despair and depressed. You know, we have the benefit of living in the U.S. and L.A., which is kind of a bubble, you know, that's not really, you know, that difficult to exist in. But if you look at, you know, the Middle East, if you look at parts of Asia, if you look at these other places that, you know, Michael knew about way before we did, because he had researched them, he had studied them, he knew the heads of state, he understood the peril that people faced in their communities, he understood, being a product of segregation, he understood what all that meant, he understood about being other, he understood about trying to find your place, you know, and was really, really shepherding such big ideas for so many decades. That and if I may, but you know, in missing him, in missing him, that is one of the more painful things for me. Is the wonderment of what would Michael think about what is going on in the world today? I think we wouldn't even be where we are if he were still here with us on this particular point. He would have certainly done everything he could to prevent a lot of what is going on. Yep, with a simple phone call. We saw him try to bring North Korea and South Korea together over the bridge of no return. Mm-hmm. You know, I mean, we saw him doing so many things. Mm-hmm. You know, he was sending me off to Africa to film the Victoria Falls. Victoria Falls in 3D. Uh-huh. He wanted Victoria Falls in 3D on the largest 3D movie screen ever in concert, to remind people that the seven wonders of the world would cease to exist if we don't come together. Mm-hmm. And work to nurture the Mother Earth and to take care of the planet. He so that for me is, he would have had so much to say, to sing about, to write about. Mm-hmm. And I miss that. I miss that part of him. Not only as a performer, not only as a sweet and gentle human being, but also his perspective. Mm-hmm. Is, you know, and about what is going on the planet. Yeah. You know, and the work that we need to do to come together and to try to save it. Yeah, biggest humanitarian ever, still. You know, and it's just so it's sad that, you know, it was glorious to have Michael as long as we did, but B, he would really be great right now, just because he had the ability to change people's perspective through his art. Mm-hmm. and gave it willingly and gave so much of himself. You know, it really was a spiritual experience, and it was one that was void of color, of religion, of race, of socioeconomic status. You know, it was a collective, and that's what he represented and still does, you know. And so those who are fortunate enough to know his work and really listen to the messages in his music can get a sense of how much he cared about everything he did and how much he cared about all of us. Not just us, I mean us as a collective, as a global collective, you know. And I think that, you know, the world is definitely better because he was in it, but we definitely are suffering because he's not. Amen. Yeah. So another question here. I think so many, and thank you guys all, Adina and Electric Jiggy Janet, and
we're gonna bring some of them up on stage.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to come up,
Ron Brooks, that's great. Thank you for being here, Rachel 1970. Thank you, Daryl XTX. Thank you, Gab D, Doug Turner, of course.
Everybody here in the chat, this is your time to talk to these two wonderful individuals who have worked with Michael Jackson, Mr. Travis Payne, and Mr. Kenny Ortega.
Yeah, I DJ Swag. I see when things happened outside of the shows personally, did it affect the overall production at all, or did he ever share? I would say that Michael kept everything out of the creative space because any sort of imbalance in the sort of energy in the room, he would say it hurts the show. He would not complain. He would not, he was good at compartmentalizing things because he knew the importance and the sort of sacred nature of the rehearsal process and the creative process. So that's why Kenny was saying earlier about who is that back in the, the back of the house, because that was a sacred space. And he knew that any sort of imbalance or thing that didn't need to be considered or be in the atmosphere could affect the integrity of the show and the work. That's why our audition process for This Is It was so extensive, because we could get great dancers. We have rehearsal. We can teach them to do anything. But it was important to him that they were a family, and he's like, how are the girls with each other? I was like, oh, they love each other. He's like, great, because any sort of weird energy could affect the show. And ultimately, that was what he was not going to have happen. So that's the question to that, the answer to that question, I DJ Swag. I just feel like if anybody has any other questions, I'm looking at the chat here. We've got the great Kenny Ortega with us tonight. And yes, Michael was healthy enough, Fahim, to do This Is It. We had created a show along with him that he loved and was excited to do. Did Michael
favorite choreography to perform?
A favorite choreography to perform. I asked Michael one time if he had a favorite song, and he told me that all of his songs, first of all, they're compositions. And I said, okay. And he said that they're all like my children. I can't choose one, but my favorite song actually is not even mine. And I said, really, what is it? He goes, Smile by Charlie Chaplin. Yeah. And I said, really? He said, yeah. So, and being a student of music as he was and acquiring the catalogs of so many great artists, to be able to, protect those songs and protect those great works of art historically was super important to him. I remember mentioning last week that he bought many, since we're in Black Music Month, specifically, he bought many Black artists' catalogs that he got inspiration from, that he loved growing up listening to. He bought those catalogs and gifted them to them, because he knew that something about those deals in those days wasn't right, and he came along and was able to be a master businessman as well. That was just as important as his art. The business had to be right, and so I definitely applaud that, because I don't know any other artist who's ever about to even do that. Most artists are fighting for their own catalogs, let alone someone else's that they can acquire to give back to them.
Now, were there is there any fun facts about Michael that you guys may know that us regular fans may not know about? You guys have spent so much time with him working closely behind the scenes.
I love the fact that Michael enjoyed salads from Denny's and Martinelli's apple juice and Kentucky Fried Chicken and sitting on the floor eating.
Martinelli's is good apple juice.
Yeah, sort of simple things like, he was so innocent and so pure. He wasn't all stuffy, and he didn't fancy himself you know, like his ego was always in check. He was always right sized. You know, he didn't have a big head, being the biggest megastar on the planet ever. You know, he was one of the most approachable, gentlest, kindest people you will ever meet. And that was always so awesome to me that he never changed. He was always the same. Always caring, always, you know, willing to help, always willing to listen, you know, always pouring into each of us, you know, unselfishly. It was an honor and pleasure.
Now, you know, Michael has created a whole bunch of films before you guys started working with him. Do you guys have any favorite? Is there a favorite music video, short film, or tour that he's done?
What do you think, Kenny?
Well, I mean, they're all classics.
Yeah. Of course, Kenny's going to say, well, the ones that I have directed.
Yeah, you know, I mean, they're all classics. And no, I mean, I have favorite songs, and I have favorite memories, and favorite moments, and you know, and you know, but I would say, you know, I mean, look what he did with Thriller, you know, and the investment that he and Michael made on that, and then Smooth Criminal. Look at the investment that he made in that, and Bad, and I just think that he was an extraordinary visionary, and he partnered up with some really extraordinary visionaries, and film artists, and that his film legacy is just, you know, jammed with exquisite work.
Okay, so I have a quick question. So back in those days, you know, like the music video, like for Bad, you know, that was huge. I remember, you know, that being played on TV. Do you guys remember an artist named Weird Al Yankovic?
Of course.
You know? So do you know he, you know, did his own version of Bad, and it was called I'm Fat. Did you guys ever, did Michael give you guys any comments about that? Did you laugh about it? Was he upset about it? Because from a filmmaking perspective, you know, they went all out and, you know, tried to match it as much as they could, and they did a great job with it. You know what I mean? So,
I can say this.
How did he feel?
I can say this, that A, Michael loved it, thought it was hysterical, and B, if he had not liked the song and the idea, it would not have happened, because do believe that he owned that publishing. So permission had to be given for that song to even be released.
Even be out. Okay, yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay.
Yeah. And that's why he would do things with, like, The Simpsons, you know, do The Bartman, he wrote that, you know, and loved just contributing, you know, to popular culture in unexpected ways that were not only his. You know, he did it for the benefit of others a lot of times.
For the level of artist that he's, you know, the king. It's just so, it's amazing to hear how down to earth he was, how cool he was. I mean, you guys were saying he was prank calling people. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, that, it was just, that's amazing too.
I loved just a little factoid, you know, being at Neverland once. I just asked about all of the sort of Disney displays that he had, like these really intricate pieces of works of art that were like, you know, some models of the attractions, not as amusement park, but like encased things that were like really sort of like one of a kind. And I asked about them. He was like, "Oh, I work with them all the time. You know, sometimes people don't know, but sometimes, you know, they would call me and show me plans for the park and ask me what I thought, you know, and I would do it anonymously, you know, and talk about the layout of the landscape and the positioning of the rides and what the attraction should be." And, you know, he's like, "I love that kind of stuff." You know,
I was going to say about Weird Al, you know, that Michael prided himself on, you know, being out front, you know, a leading example, you know, an innovator. But he also, I mean, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. And I think that he did appreciate, you know, that his work inspired others.
Yeah.
I think that was a huge. He was flattered by that. Mm-hmm. I never felt ever that he felt, that he was protective. He knew what he was accomplishing. He knew how hard he had worked to be original, and to push to be innovative and to bring new ideas, to the forum. And though I think he had a great sense of humor about, any kind of imitation. Yeah, absolutely. I was going to mention something that fans might not know. I don't know if they, Michael was very generous. He was wearing a bracelet one day, and I complimented him on it, and he said, "Kenny, I feel so bad because I've had a number of people compliment me on this bracelet, and I feel bad that I don't know where to get more so that I can give them to other people." And I said, "Well, why don't we just design something, Michael, from you for everyone?" And he was just a generous heart. One day he asked me if I liked trains. And I said, "I love trains, Michael." And he said, "You do? I love trains." We were in Rome. I was so happy to be there. I was in Rome. I had never been. We had already done the show, and now I was going to get to have a few days off in Rome, eat great pizza, eat great pasta. And Michael said, "Do you like trains?" And I said, "Yes, I grew up on trains. When I was a little boy, my dad would take me to the train station, put me on the train. I would go up to San Francisco. They'd meet me at the train station. I'd go and do theater. They'd put me back on the train. I'd come back. My dad would pick me up when I'd go to school in the morning." The next day, I get a knock on my door just as I'm getting ready to go out and sort of tour Rome. And it's Michael's security. And they said, "Michael wants to leave the hotel. He wants to leave Rome. Can you please pack up all of your things and get into the lobby as soon as possible?" And I thought, what? What? Why? Where are we going? Don't know, Ken. Don't know. Just get all your things together and meet Michael in the lobby. I was like, this is impossible. And so I packed up all of my bags, and I get to the lobby, and I see Michael already in the van outside, waving at me. Come on. So I went outside, and I got into the van, and I said, "Michael," I said, "you stepped all over my plans. Where are we going?" He said, "You'll see." I said, "What do you mean I'll see?" He said, "You'll see." And the van took off, and about 40 minutes later, we pull up into a private railroad yard. And the most gorgeous train in the world, the Orient Express, is parked there with a red carpet with the entire ensemble of the train, all of the conductors and all of the workers on the red carpet. And Michael said, "I got us a train for us to be able to travel through Europe for the rest of the tour." Oh my, wow. Not only a train, the train. But the Orient Express. The train.
That's right. Wow. That's right. Speaking of travel, it was so incredible doing the history tour, especially because, not only did we fly privately, but it was like 757s, and it was called Kingdom Air, and there were multiple planes. And I had never experienced that before. One of my favorite things to this day is flying privately. I love it. But being able to do it on that scale and, landing in these, faraway places on a plane that's got Kingdom written on the outside of it. And just, it was like beyond, and it was just that level of detail that Michael put into every experience. He wanted to make sure that you were inspired and you loved it and you enjoyed it.
Here's something else that I was going to say for my book.
Please.
I'm going to share it.
Please.
Something else that people might not know. Michael loved musicals. Not only movie musicals, he loved musicals, Broadway musicals, movie musicals, the golden era of musicals, modern musicals. And one time we were on the Sultan of Brunei's private G5, and Michael and I were sitting in the dining area of the plane, and we were getting ready to be served dinner, and Michael said, "What's your favorite musical?" And my favorite musical was the first musical that I'd ever been in, and that was Oliver. And Michael almost jumped out of his chair. He said, "That's my favorite musical."
Aww.
And I said, "I know every lyric to every song in that musical." He said, "So do I." And the two of us sang the entire soundtrack of Lionel Bart's Oliver while we were having dinner on the Sultan of Brunei's jet traveling into Eastern Europe.
Amen.
Wow. Talk about memories.
And we did perform at the Sultan's birthday, Kenny. Remember, we were in Brunei, and there was a stage built especially for the history tour, and a theater built especially for Michael to perform in. And there had been an amusement park built especially for the Sultan of Brunei's daughter. And that was our theater. And we went there. We did shows for the Sultan of Brunei's birthday. You know, it was just beyond experiences that can never be matched by anything, you know. And I tell people there's,
hit that like button.
Before Michael and after Michael.
Hit that like button and that subscribe button.
Almost everything pales in
amazing.
Just because the level at which we got to create and the adventures we got to have and the experiences we'll never forget were just always so special. One kept topping the other, you know, and this is it was meant to be that as well, you know, and it was going to revolutionize the way touring is done. There'd be a touring residency, you know, so in one city for a month, then move to the next city, you know, then the next city. And then after that, big plans for music and films and all of that, you know. But fortunately, we were able to capture, you know, Michael's last great creative process and piece together the documentary that still has a Guinness World Record itself. And, you know, that experience I'll never, ever forget. And thank you so much, Kenny, for inviting me into it.
Yeah, Travis and Michael Bearden were there with me from day one, putting that
Michael Cotton
together. And Michael Cotton and Don Brochu, our main editor. And one thing I would like to say, you know, because we are coming to a close, is that, you know, I did consider myself to be Michael's friend and he mine. And I loved him as a friend, and we were honest with each other and truthful with each other, and shared things with each other, you know, human things with each other when it was appropriate and when it wasn't getting in the way of our work. And the one thing that I just loved so much was his excitement leaving work to return to his children, and his excitement bringing his children to come and visit us on the set when we were making films and getting This Is It together. He loved being a dad.
Yeah, that's right. That is absolutely right.
So before you guys leave, we got two people here on the stage. If you know, they have some questions they wanted to ask you. Okay. Coach Mac, go ahead, bro. What's up, man? How you doing?
Thank you for inviting me to the stage, DNA. How you doing, Travis and Mr. Kenny?
Great.
I was listening to you earlier when you said that Michael definitely liked the prank, so he was definitely fun to be around. One thing I heard as well, and I wanted to make sure that was true, wasn't he also like great at disguising, like going out in public and
yes. Oh yeah.
Michael invited me to the movies at Universal Cinema. And I said, he said, I'll come in disguise so you don't have to worry. And this was right around when I did High School Musical. So I had a bit of a celebrity myself. And so I said, well, how will I recognize you? He said, I'll find you. And so I said, okay. So I went to Universal and I was in the front of the theater and the doors opened up and all these kids came out. And they were recognizing me from my work from High School Musical, and they started surrounding me, and there were all these kids around me. And then I saw this old man in a wheelchair laughing his head off. Just laughing his head off. And I said, that son of a gun. And it was Michael. So I excused myself and I said, my grandpa's here. I got to go over and help him get into the movie theater. I went over and I wheeled Mr. Jackson into the movie theater.
I can only imagine how fun that was to be around him, man.
Always.
Yeah. I got a chance to go to many places with him where he was in a disguise, and it was one hoot after another. So fun. He enjoyed it.
He loved it, yeah.
Thanks so much for that question.
Noye?
Hello, my name's Anna. I'm from the UK.
Hi, I'm from the UK.
Really interesting conversations, and I wanted to ask Kenny, actually. I first got introduced to Kenny Ortega from watching the High School Musical series when I was a child, so that was my first introduction to Kenny, and then I watched the This Is It theatrical release when it was released on DVD, and I just was obsessed with the staging and the show because I'd never really been to a concert at the time. I was like maybe 10 years old, so that was like my first concert that I really watched from start to finish, really, and I loved the production, everything. I thought it was so creative, and I just wanted to ask, in terms of like the whole design and the direction for the whole show, did Michael know about High School Musical prior to creating This Is It, and did any of that influence the show in how you created it or directed it, Kenny?
No, well, first of all, High School Musical was a kids and family little film that I did. I had no idea that it was going to impact and create the kind of sort of buzz and around the world and allow me 2 more movies, and we could have done more if we wanted to. But Michael came to see the concert when we were in Las Vegas. After High School Musical 1, we had an American concert tour, arena tour, and it sold out faster than any other pop tour across America. It was the hardest ticket to get. There were tens of thousands of weeping children that couldn't get in to get a ticket. And so, but when we were in Las Vegas, we invited Michael to come to the show, and he brought Prince, and he brought Paris, and so the he came in through a VIP back entrance, and I met him, and we had these wonderful seats all laid out for him, and so he said, "Children, I would like you to meet Mr. Kenny Ortega," and they said, "Daddy, we know who he is." I love that. And that was just too cute. They had been fans like yourself. And so that Michael's children were aware of my work and aware of me. But no, I don't think high school, I think my love of storytelling, my love of using music and dance and theatrical, wonder to tell story is something that I've always enjoyed my entire life, and how I approach each project is a little different. And I definitely would not enter into a sort of collaboration with Michael in the same capacity that I would be doing Disney's Descendants, Cheetah Girls, Miley Cyrus, and the Jonas Brothers, So, but I think that the love that I had of working with Michael is a love that I carry with me into everything that I do.
Amen.
That's really beautiful, and I find it quite amazing that Michael's children were just as obsessed with High School Musical as I was, and it kind of, because to me, for my generation, High School Musical felt like our version of Grease for my generation, and it's quite amazing that they were fans and they actually came to the shows. That's really cool.
I don't want to put words in their mouth. I hope they were fans, but they definitely, looked at me like they recognized who I was, which made me think they must have been paying attention. They're lovely human beings. I don't get to see them that often. When I do, I just adore them. They're such beautiful human beings. They're doing great things in life. I'm so proud of them.
That's
Amen.
Really, thank you.
Kenny, before we let you go, anything you can tell us that you're working on that we should be on the lookout for?
I've got a lot of things. I'm doing many things. I've got I'm nurturing and developing a number of beautiful projects. I'm developing for the theater in New York. I've got a project for Las Vegas. I've got a new Disney movie. I've got a new series. I've got a documentary. It's amazing that the opportunities are still, coming to me, gorgeous ideas, worthy projects to invest my time and energies in. And I'm not at this particular time able to sort of identify them, but Kenny Ortega definitely has some new things coming out.
Amen. So, Kenny, we love you. We thank you. You know, you know you're my favorite person. And I just can't even tell you, this has meant so much. And I know that our listeners are really, really happy that you were able to join us today. So, you know I love you, brother. And
much respect, Travis. Yes. I admire and respect and love you so much. You're an extraordinary talent and human being. And thank you for the invitation to join you all today.
Thank you, Kenny. And everybody, you come back next week now, because one special listener is going to win a very, very special gift at the end of this series. So until then, we do everything with love, LOVE. And thank you, Fanbase, for having us. And thank you all.
Travis.
Thank you all for being here. Remembering Michael Jackson audio on Fanbase. Talk to you soon.
All right. That was Remembering Michael Jackson. Whew, it's been a wonderful ride. YouTube. It's been a wonderful ride, YouTube. We had some ups. We had some downs. We had some hiccups and restart. But at the end of the day, we gon' keep it moving. We gon' keep on pushing. We gon' keep on keeping on. So we gon' go ahead and get up on out of here. We're gonna go ahead and get up on out of here. But I will see you in the next one. I will see you in the next one. Talk to you guys later. See you guys later. I will see you guys in the next one. This was a wonderful. Making sure you like, making sure you subscribe. But I will see you in the next one. Later, guys. Good night.